Omówiono najważniejsze sprawy związane z dalszym rozwojem województwa i kraju. Omówiono najważniejsze sprawy związane z dalszym rozwojem województwa i kraju.
Alright, you guys, so we're here with Kristen Manning, and she right now is going to do a live psychic sketch. And for those of you that this is your first time seeing this, what she does is she is an intuitive, and she picks up on psychic energies, like so she's able to sometimes sense and feel spiritual energy. And she is a highly talented artist, so we're very happy to have her with us on our shows and investigations. And so what she's going to do right now is sketch one of the things that she saw last night. And she's going to do it live. And I'm going to be watching the chat. And so if you guys have any questions, you can tweet us at LiveSciFi. And I'm going to go ahead and let Kristen talk here. So,
okay.
Thanks, Kristen.
Yeah. Hey guys, thanks for joining me once again on the live sketching. Last night there was a lot of things that I saw, but one of the things that was most interesting to me was when Tim was up in the attic in the seance room. And I think that's where he got scratched, was up there. So what I was seeing up there was a couple of things. And so what I'm going to do is, what I've done so far is I went ahead and got started a little bit with just the architecture of the space. And there's a mirror that was behind him, and so the things that I was seeing, he was looking at, but they were actually in front of him, but they're going to appear in the mirror in the drawing, because that's how I saw it as I was viewing it. So I'm going to draw, and yeah, if you have any questions, let us know. And if I get silent and start ripping the paper with charcoal, you all know what that means. So I'll just keep going.
What? Maybe they don't know what it means.
Okay, well, what that means is I'm channeling, and I'm just reacting to the visions that I've got in my head. So a lot of times one of the investigators will come over, and I think it was Patrick or somebody last time was trying to ask me a couple questions, and I'm like, I couldn't answer him because I'm channeling so much. So I know what I saw last night, and that's what I'm going to start with. And then hopefully I invite the spirits in the house to come down or give me any visions that they'd like me to see, and I can channel those as I draw. So I'm already getting the head tingles. So somebody's listening to me in this house. So
and I'll show the scratches.
That's awesome.
For them listening, so they can see what they, because they missed
the results of the
yeah. So go ahead and just show them really quickly for them as you're doing this. So this happened last night. I was upstairs in the seance room, and there were two scratches. And what was kind of interesting about it is these scratches. Actually, I got scratched at Sandhamsville Rectory,
right.
And there were two scratches that we're going to show the investigation this week. But those scratches, those the top ones, how there's two, almost in a straight line. those occurred in the same fashion.
Yeah, they matched, really.
Yeah, and I was telling people that.
And they were unusual, really unusual.
Yeah, the night before, or actually last night, I had a dream about being raped, and I said, in my dream, I asked,
I'm not drawing that.
Who's raping me? It said Zozo, and it was a clown. It's just pretty weird.
Creepy.
Yeah. Why this thing is weird. But there we go. So if you guys have any questions for Kristen, you can tweet them at LiveSciFi.
The room they call the seance room upstairs in the attic is built almost, when you're inside of it, it feels like a pyramid. And what's interesting is that it's like the energy is all funneled to the center where the table is and where people would sit to do a traditional seance. So it's a really interesting room, and when you go in there, you definitely feel a difference in the energy. It feels heavier and it's harder to breathe. And last night, God, I may be scratching myself, but it's because somebody's touching me. Anyway, but it feels very different up there. When Kieran and I were upstairs last night too, I saw these things, so we're gonna start there, but I've already got somebody talking or in my head, so here we go.
Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to get a good shot for you guys. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, there's one on the base, just on the other side of the table.
Oh, it's plugged in, right?
Yeah, but I think it's charged.
Okay.
I think this thing's done.
Yeah, just need that head. I can get it back. It plugs into the
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, there should be one right here. There's chart.
Oh, just stick it in there?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna scoop it in then. Scoop behind you. Oh, nice. That little tank sucks so bad.
Right.
It never works. I normally just keep my 20 batteries on. There.
There we go.
Just taking a look at, I took a couple screenshots of Tim's vantage point up there, and to to just help familiarize myself with what he was seeing too. Okay. When you go up there, this right here is a step down. It's a higher floor, and then you step down, what, like 1.5 feet or something, 2 feet down into the pit that they call the seance room. So this line represents where you would step off and down into where Tim is sitting. Sorry. And these walls are just really made out of plywood up there. So far it's unfinished in that attic space. I tried sitting down when I started, but it just doesn't happen. Tim?
Yeah.
That's my son. Can you just tell him that I'm live sketching? And I'll call him back.
Hey, caller. Caller? Hey, it's Tim. Kristen's just doing a live sketch. She said she'll call you right back when she's done. Okay, thanks, dude. Well, I'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
You sound good.
Okay.
All right, so we got this going on. All right, does anybody have any questions for Kristen in the chat? People are saying that they missed the donuts. Michelle Galindo is saying she misses the donuts. Is the shot good for you guys? Do you like the shot better? Tasman Palmer says this is really nice art.
Thank you, Tasman.
Is Kristen's top Polo or Ralph Lauren?
Polo and Ralph Lauren are the same thing. Shame on you. It is Ralph Lauren Polo by Ralph Lauren.
Robin Zubner says, Kristen, are you remembering what you saw or having visions?
Both is happening right now. But I'm trying to go with what I saw first really quickly before the other takes over. This thing right here was, I don't know, some kind of candle on the table maybe. Okay. I'm gonna get high from my marker.
So Kristen, there was a question on Twitter from snap_Caitlin. What does Kristen feel like during and after the sketches? If she's tired, drained of energy?
I definitely feel tired after. During, I'm just like in the zone. So time could pass, hours could pass, and I wouldn't know it. But after, I definitely feel a little drained. Oh, God.
Hey, Carrie. People keep on saying they see something in camera 4. Can you and John go check it out? They say they keep seeing a shadow figure. Like, I don't know if you guys just check it. They keep saying they see like something. I don't know. Maybe try taking a photo of it. They say they keep seeing a figure in camera 4. I don't know if you just have your. Moonlight Skater says you are a good drawer.
Thank you, Moonlight Skater.
Jen Treasure Trove
Hey, Jen.
says Whispers Estate so far is awesome. Kieran and John right now are going up to camera 4 to see if there's anything in the mirror. So we're gonna looking up there.
Excuse me.
They're looking up there right now.
Tired.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's still normal.
Yeah, right.
I kept waking up, man. I wasn't scared or nothing. I was just like, I don't know, couldn't sleep. It was weird.
You can try to
The bed, the couch too is like, it was like on a heater or something.
yeah.
And there was like one spot, it's like super hot. It was hilarious. And one butt cheek was like super hot.
That's weird. The camera's did some weird thing. It's like tripping out right now. Oh, there's a weird orb on camera 4. That's weird. I went into Kieran.
Great.
I just what you need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see you guys. Tall Star plays MC says, do the spirits control Kristen or just help her? There's a lot of
They've done both. Right now, I'm getting ready to be lost and not be able to answer, really.
Yeah, if you guys haven't, please give us a like on the YouTube show and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And please check out IPRA Strong as well. follow basketball, dude? The basketball thing?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I respect it. I think it's cool, and I mean, go Bulls. But
Yeah.
that's about the extent. I used to follow it heavily when the Bulls were like winning all the championships.
Yeah.
And then after that coach dipped out, I was like, I'm good.
That felt like.
I pretty much just support Chicago teams, and that's like, but that's the extent. I don't like watch it that much. I like watching the Hawks when I have time. They're really good.
I'm a huge Warriors fan.
Warriors?
Like,
Hockey?
I've been
Is it
watching
hockey?
this, no, Warriors are basketball.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's alright.
I just know Bulls. That's it, man.
Yeah.
Pretty basic. I like hockey. I mean, it's cool. The sport I do like is boxing. It's just something about it. I like it.
Yeah, my dad used to play professional hockey.
It's awesome. Yeah. Chris Fleming's dad too. He was actually a Blackhawk.
Yeah, I grew up playing hockey, but just
Nice.
soccer was my sport though.
Soccer? Hell yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I've always been a desk jockey.
What?
Desk jockey.
Yeah,
It's my sport. I like foosball. I don't think that's a sport though. The table.
it can be.
It's intense game sometimes.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I love baseball too.
Yeah, baseball's cool.
Baseball or high school.
I like going to baseball games. It's really nice. Drink a beer, a hot dog. Can't go
Expensive. You gotta bring
Sneak it in, man.
Yeah.
Hot dog in the pocket. No, I was just kidding. But yeah, you're right. It's like $8 for a beer. For like a Miller Lite.
Is there a barbecue out there? There's no barbecue out there, right? I was gonna say we can just pick up some hot dogs.
There's a huge barbecue place down the street, and they have a train outside. Did you see
Really?
it? And the train is smoking from the barbecue being cooked.
Oh man.
And there's like some kind of gathering. Let me just show you, dude. Check this out. There's some kind of gathering.
Yeah.
There were just all these trucks, and they all had Confederate flags, and they were just out there like eating pulled pork. I'm like, what's happening? Here, let me show you. Where is it? Did I put Snapchat? I'll Snapchat it off the hook today. Here it is. Smoking gyms. It's right down the block.
Yeah, we can keep first aid, but we can do that. Wow.
I know. It's probably like amazing though. Probably really good.
Yeah, we can do that. First aid.
Hmm?
Yeah, I got a little, like I switched it up here a little bit. I just and then on the camera for
I'm just trying to read.
camera for fucking library.
I have my laptop on a chair in there.
Okay, you want to go up there? Make sure.
No, it should be fine. I'm like, that's the thing I'm most paranoid about. Every time I go somewhere, like, it's like, I don't know, it's weird. One time John was like leaning to get out of the car, and he's like pressing all his weight on the screen. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Stop. Don't do that. Okay. That's
Oh, hey guys, I'd like to thank everyone for tuning in this weekend and sharing, the stream with your friends and family. Really appreciate all the support. Without you guys, none of this would be possible. So I just really want to thank you guys for, all your support. Really appreciate it. Thank you for all the likes on the live video, you guys. Kristen will be done with the drawing when she's done with the drawing. There is no time on this drawing. I wish I could be more. She does her drawing when she does it. Pretty, not sure if you guys can hear that outside. Some pretty chimes going on. Yeah, if you guys have any questions for David or I, you can ask away too. It's just kind of like a live Q&A session.
I should have went over there, shouldn't I? Oh, wow, that's really cool.
We will be using the ghost box tonight. All right, who wants a shout out right now? We're gonna give shout outs on Twitter. So it moves a little bit slower. So whoever wants a shout out, just send us a at LiveSciFi, and we'll get there. If you get the shout out. Andrew Tice wants to know: it's the present feel good? Does the presents feel good or bad, Kristen, when that you're drawing? Are you okay? Kristen's in our group right now. We will be putting the sketch up for sale.
That is so dope. How you have that set up.
Yeah.
It's so dope. It's just like, it is. It's like TV.
Yeah.
It's like the news or something. Paranormal. Changing the game,
Here we go. Yeah, that's cool. It's come a long way from where we. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's just amazing what you can do now.
Mm-hmm.
Started off with a laptop in my backpack running around. Like it's pretty much taped onto the.
Sorry.
Let me scoot over here.
Very good.
Can I,
Yeah.
That looks pretty hardcore, so I won't touch it.
No, yeah, it's, get off my stuff.
I like that bag.
But yeah, it's like,
What kind of bag is that? No, it's just a, I'm actually bag shopping right now. So.
They were.
Is it low pro, you said?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I don't like it. It started like. It's like a exorcism kit.
Exorcism kit, alright.
Yeah, some kids like. It's like.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
but,
Comes in handy.
yeah.
One of those. I could use that after Bobby Mackey.
Yeah, right.
The face is messed up. I didn't feel right for like 2 weeks after that.
Really? Yeah.
Legit, it took me 2 weeks to like recover.
We did a Ouija session of that. Over the pit. Oh well. Let's see. Shouts to Diana Ootbot on Twitter. Shoutouts to Moonlight Skater. Shoutouts to Brock Bryce 71. Shout out to that guy Dalton. Shout out to YT Batty. Shout out to Meese 1217. Jen Treasure Trove. Super Simon. Oh. What do you provoke? Yes, we're gonna provoke tonight. Super Simon. Shouts to Kohler Nadine on Twitter. Shouts to Saley Brody. Shouts to Kohler Pure Evil. What's up, dude? Shouts to Lucy Purr.
Lucy Perkini?
Yeah, that's kind of cool, dude.
This is so dope, dude.
What's going on?
I can't hang with all this. This is so sick in the background.
Yeah.
I love it, dude.
It is so gangster.
That's why I love technology, man, because it takes if you have creativity and you have a vision, you can actually utilize it now. It's not, you know.
Yeah, that's the thing with like paranormal. It's like I just think that like a lot of people just do the same shit. Like
Of course, they do. Is that you? That's what me and John make fun of all the time. Like,
Yeah.
we try to go out of the box too and do different things.
It's that's like part of the fun of it. It's like a real like creative side of it. I think,
Well, you gotta get creative. I mean, how else do you want to get responsive? I mean, you know?
Yeah.
Especially because these spirits are used to seeing people all
Going
the
through the
time.
same thing.
They're just like these guys.
Yeah.
But if you learn to kind of trick them almost.
Yeah, well, you have to like adapt to like
Yeah.
each like place. You know, this place even too. Like, trying to figure out like what like we do differently to get a response.
These spirits they're not too happy about being filmed, I think. And I last night when we had the on the SLS, every time I would start talking about it, that's when it would disappear instantly.
Is that thing charged up tonight or?
Yes, it's charged right now.
Okay.
Oh, dude, we're gonna use it. Here's the thing: when we were doing the stand, it was really hard because there was like three people in the room, and then there was the table.
Yeah.
So it's like it didn't give any room for the spirit to manifest per se next to somebody because it would be just too tight. We should find a spot where it's like a little bit more spread out.
Hey, Lucy Bird, Kitty. It's Tim. Yeah, I said your name. So shout out to Lucy Bird, Kitty. that's like the raddest name.
Yeah. Burke, I can't Burke.
Amy Burke, what's up? Cole 101, Brock, Fire Death, Ozzy Pup, Mr. Nova Panda. Hey guys, we need shout outs via Twitter because YouTube goes way too freaking fast. Yeah. Just like. There you go. So we're gonna start investigating tonight around 9:30. So yeah.
Pumped.
Yeah, we're gonna start the next feed at 9:30.
That's great. Keep it going like that.
Do you guys have any questions for? She is drawing what she psychically saw last night in the seance room. Yeah, 9:30. We're starting at 9:30 Eastern time.
What time is it right now?
It's at 6 o'clock right now.
That's adjusted to our time.
Yeah.
Wow. Late. Fast.
Miss
You
Kristen.
don't lock the door, you don't know what kind of people come walking through.
Oh. So,
Well-
Kristen's sketching right now.
Sorry, what?
Kristen's sketching right now. We're live on the.
Is the audio on?
Yeah, the audience. Okay. Van Rainier, is it Rainier or
Rainier.
Rainier. Van Rainier, the owner of Whispers Estates, just joined us right now. We want to thank him for having us out.
Sorry, everyone.
If you guys want to book this place to come check it out for yourself, you can visit their website at whispersestate.com.
Scotland.
Yeah, you can even visit from Scotland.
What up, Scotland? UK. All the world.
So right now, Kieran and John are upstairs in the nightmare room. And it looks like they're conducting a EVP session. I'm sure when they get down, they will tell us what they're experiencing or what they captured and play back some of the audio. Turned out to be a pretty nice day outside. Yeah.
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 That's pretty nice.
Cool this morning. Like, is this unseasonably cold for you?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
It would be cool, but it wouldn't be this cold. I mean, it would be 60s, maybe 50s.
Okay.
But still, even during the day, you still walk out and it'd still be cool, but you know, the sun on you would be fine.
Right.
Yeah, it's only like in the mid 30s, maybe high 30s at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, once you sit in get in the sun, it's not too bad, but
Degrees.
Okay. Yeah, they're up in the nightmare room. And it's also called the red room, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of people, depending on who you talk to, they say that when they spend time in there and they try to sleep in there, a lot of people start to complain that they have really dark dreams. Are the dreams, like, is there any like overriding theme like that people have? Like a
Death and rebirth, or death and death. Most of the dreams I've had in there has been about death,
dying.
undead. Well, we had the instances where we like pulled down into the bed, like Johnny Depp in Nightmare on Elm Street.
Right.
But it wasn't a dream. Gwen got mad at me because when I was trying to convey to her, I said, "Don't go sleep in that room by yourself."
Yeah.
She didn't think anything of it.
Right.
And she said it was actually happening, that she was being pulled down, not in her physical body, but her soul or spirit or whatever. Yeah, it was being pulled down. And I can't relate to all the metaphysical, and
Yeah.
so I didn't realize that. And then she went ahead and grumbled at me because I didn't properly convey what had happened.
Okay.
But I've had nightmares about dying all sorts of different ways. One night was being run over by a truck, then it was run over by a truck, and then like electrocuted, and truck, electrocution, and burning, then boom, 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 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Now, might be a little bit too giving information, but so prior to even knowing about this house, I had one nightmare in the last 25 years that I couldn't shake, and it actually freaked me out. But it's a testament to where I can still deal with that, and I understand what it means now. But I was in a dream. This is before I ever had anything to do with this house. I was in a dream, and long story short, as I was walking around, there was a body that had been decapitated on a, like an axle that had the one tire had been turned over. An axle had been cut in half, and the body was impaled on there, but the head was gone. I walked around the body, and on the other side of the body, facing up, was my face.
Ooh.
And I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
I pulled myself out of the dream, not freaking out, but I'm like, what the hell was that? Went back into the dream, and I continued on. And this is the only place I've had 3 times where I couldn't wake up from a dream.
Wow. Just gonna pull this up. This rig here is not made for the weight of this. It's just a little bit better there.
So social media here, is that you posting out or people posting in? Or
Posting in, yeah. So just
So before you had that free chat.
yeah, this is we're just using social now, pretty much in YouTube. It's just all yeah, we're just so people were going into like room 4 and stuff, so
So is that going to be providing a split feed now?
yeah. This is all this stuff. This is control window. So you gotta look at I was going to look
So this is also just a hobby for you. Or that's a hobby. Yeah. Awesome. Great when you are getting similar responses,
But the voice is actually the same fucking spirit. It's the same voice. It sounds like that, yeah. But that's, they just have it fucking make it. We'll have to get some hours before I
it's all.
Right.
Yeah. It's good for them.
I'm getting that one. I like that better. The one he has is an 82. It's notoriously the same thing. This one's like the original.
It's gonna be really tough trying to sell a live streaming event if you don't have a camera. What I was talking about yesterday, the thing over here is we follow your crap down here. You don't run around and you go hang down there for 20, 30 minutes. But also, I guarantee that. So if you leave tomorrow at say 10 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
For the next 6 to 8 hours, there's gonna be bangs happening here, there's gonna be doors hitting.
Cool good stuff. So it's not like it's flat, but yeah, we're getting good stuff.
I'm in.
Okay, so this did do the.
Yeah.
So what's the delay between?
It just depends on the YouTube servers.
Yeah.
Depends like to what area of the United States you're in, because whatever server you're hitting, I think they're on cloud, but it's sometimes like when you're in the West, it's still reaching out to that server on the West Coast. And then it's coming back. So, you know what I mean? It's hitting and then bouncing all the way back. So.
So roughly, so we've been talking for like the last 6 months. We're actually probably gonna get around to doing it. And it's doing a parallel run to we're actually gonna have a camera one of these days.
Yeah.
So you may be talking about something, some of the low eyes.
Yeah.
People are gonna see it on their film or something like that. But it was just gonna be an audio podcast. But
Yeah.
anyway.
You could get, I mean, if you want to record it, you could probably get a couple of 4K cameras, and then you can actually crop out. You won't lose any, you don't lose that many pixels. You get just your 4K.
So much stuff.
Do you guys have any AAAs?
AAAs?
Yeah, we just have pack and AAA, like a 12 pack.
Cool. How many you need?
It's okay, we'll and then, I don't know. Are you on Kieran or singer? Did you guys get anything up there?
Yeah, they said they did.
Did you get, was it EVP? Can you play them back? What was the?
I did live.
Oh, you did one.
Facebook.
Oh, you put on, yeah, cool.
I got Facebook.
Oh, yeah. Did you save it on your, can you play it back down here?
Right now?
Yeah. I love
You can do
it.
live stream on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
You need a special app for that, or just Facebook?
There you go. You just like, oh, yeah.
So you didn't record it and then post it. It was recording as. And that's from.
Yeah, we were watching you guys. I was like, oh, you guys are getting stuff. I can tell. What's that?
Oh, okay.
There you go. Yeah. If you're not home, yeah.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah. Did you have to go with? Yeah. Yeah, dude.
want to stop? Okay. All right. Okay. Good. Are you in the mood to talk about your drawing?
Yeah, I could
Okay.
talk. I'm sorry,
Your
I didn't.
sketch. Okay.
I couldn't answer you because I could hear you speaking, but they were telling me in my head
Yeah.
too many things.
That just gave me the chills. I got the creeps. I don't even want to look at it. That just freaked me out. It's giving me the chills looking at it. And that's in the seance room?
Yeah.
That just gave me the freaking chills.
The writing is all
Yeah, let me
backwards.
switch that feed on.
The writing is all backwards.
Yeah, let me,
We're off to see the wizard.
Yeah, the writing is all backwards. So,
that just gave me the creeps. Do you want to talk about it, Kristen? I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, but,
yeah, this started out as Tim being in the seance room last night, and what I had seen in the mirror reflecting what was in the doorway. And I invited the spirits to come and talk to me or show me what else was there or anything that they wanted to show me. And because really what I saw was the man in the doorway who's now obliterated almost. There's a goat that's sitting like a human person, and he has he's just like, it's not like blood dripping, it's more like an ooze of some kind, and he is black with it gets lighter in the middle, but he starts out black. The guy that was in the doorway was growing and growing and expanding and expanding. And so these lines coming in are coming, because he's actually behind, like this is a mirror. So Tim is looking at this doorway. And the doorway is being reflected in the mirror behind Tim. So these lines coming out are coming this way at Tim. And then it started talking backwards again to me. So it was A-M-A-M-A-M-A, L-I-V-E-D, O-Z, 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 O-Z. So you all know what that means backwards, I would assume. And yeah, that's what I got.
well, thank you, Kristen. Yeah, we'll let you, you look a little exhausted. We'll let you, yeah,
Do
want
I
some
have
water?
charcoal over
You
myself?
do. You look like you've been working very crazy, yeah. But well, I'll give you some water and stuff. Here.
I'm cool. I got a Diet Coke right here. So thank you. Thank you guys for watching me sketch again. It's always.
Why don't you exit? That
Okay.
sketch is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Okay. All right. Did
Thank
you
you so
want
much.
to take?
Yeah. I know.
Or you want me to close it? You
Um,
want to take pictures before I close it or something?
yeah, let me, I'll take a couple of pictures of it with my phone.
Here, I'm gonna.
So, do you want to spray it or?
I'll wait to spray it,
Okay.
but like I can close it so it stops freaking you out.
Why do my eyes look like they're like clown eyes? They look a little weird.
Because that's
like,
what they
you don't-
showed me.
That's weird. Yeah, because I have a weird dream last night.
That's what they showed me. So,
Let's have a photo of that. Sure, there's one right here.
if I could, if I had white Conte pastel,
Yeah.
I would have whited Tim's face out like white paint.
Weird.
But I didn't have any. So that would be Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Well, with all the shadows that have been seen in the house,
Yeah.
I mean, relatively speaking, you would be white as a ghost, or white as a clown.
Comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah, in comparison, yeah.
Absolutely. Wash my hands. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Kristen. They recognize your face in here. Didn't really identify it as you, but
Can you talk about the, what did we show the viewers last night with the things that were in the display cases here? Well, since you're here, maybe you could just talk about
I'm sorry,
a
say
couple.
again?
I thought maybe since you're here, we could talk just about. I didn't explain the items in the
the cabinets, cases.
Thank you. Yeah. Do you think you have time to
Sure.
just
Yeah,
tell
yeah.
people a little bit about that?
So give me a second to go ahead and show. Okay, items on the bottom shelf are items that we found in the house. We've got Lawrence County abstract. Tells the history of the property from 1836 to 1979. We've talked with all the previous owners of the house from 1960 on. In the back, there's old Jane's, Dr. G. Jane's magazines. We've got a whole collection of those that we got, I think, off of eBay. All these other items here, Product 19, the burned plastic, whatever in the background, cigarette. These are all stuff that had been found in the house.
Is that a syringe?
Yeah.
What is that? Wow.
Yeah.
Was that found in the house as well? Or?
That I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure on the details of that. These items at the front here, the nail, the bottle caps, and the pellets, those have all been thrown at guests by unseen presences. Some yearbook. The yearbook on the left side, 1916, I believe. That's where we got the picture from Dr. John. It's the only place we've been able to find a photo of him. All the other yearbooks prior to and after that only have a text advertisement, does not have his picture in it. On the second shelf, all these books that you see on the second shelf are actual books that were Dr. John's. Handwritten notes, that's at the beginning of the book, writing to Dr. John. It was a dedication to him in the book. Over on the right to that, we've actually got handwritten notes of Dr. John, patients' names, diagnosis, prognosis, things like that. All these bottles in the front top shelf, these are all found down in the crawl space of the, behind the stairs in the crawl space. This bottle right here, we're not sure what it has in there. But being that it could be medicinal, we're not going to open it up because it could be bad by now. Some more Dr. Jane's in the background. We've got some tickets from the Opera House. Those are legitimate ones. And then other books from the time period or from Dr. John's personal collection.
That's cool. You guys did a great job.
Thanks.
Getting everything. Some more bottles and.
All right, now this is more for museum pieces and such.
Yeah.
Everything in here was either donated or collected from antique shops showing medical instruments of the time period, some older than when Dr. John was in practice and some newer. Unfortunately, it's getting really hard to get a hold of the older stuff.
Yeah. Have you ever had these things move? Fine.
Not that I know of now.
Okay.
Now, we've heard noises when we weren't in the room or when the room is really dark. We've heard noises which we think might be something moving in here.
Yeah.
But we've never taken photos and you know before and after comparisons. So whether it was actually something in here or not, I'm not sure.
The this is really cool back here. This sand.
Yeah, the insanity inquest against Dr. John, September 4th, 1937. One of their adopted children, Helen Marie Kinder, she went ahead and initiated an insanity inquest against Dr. John. There's testimony in there from her telling about Dr. John that he has lost a feeling in his right hand, he's addicted to opium and morphine, he's losing his sanity more and more. There's also testimony in there from Dr. John's brother, George L. Gibbons, who was also a doctor here in town, stating the same thing. But at the right, at the bottom, you'll see that it says that he was not a threat to himself or other people. There's comments in there that Dr. John would carry a gun, walk around town in his pajamas.
That's crazy.
Now, that's something that nowadays people do all the time, especially at Walmart. But back then, it was just something that wasn't done.
Yeah.
So yes, he was a danger to himself, and that was the last day. After that, he sold the house to his daughter, Helen. Helen held on to it for 10 days, turned around and resold it. She wanted to have nothing to do with the property. All of his medical practice equipment and records were taken out and moved up two blocks north of here.
Crazy. We got the chair. Where did you find the chair at?
The examination table. It's a bit of a long story, but we had some paranormal investigators that were in here, and we were still scarce, or the furnishings were still sparse. So he said if they happen to have anything that they want to go and donate, we'll go and give them a free night's investigation. The gentleman who gave that, his first night in the house, he came down here and he started cussing at Dr. John right before they were going to leave, because he was down here for 3 or 4 hours and nothing happened. So then he started saying some bad things about Dr. John, and then he pulled up his sleeve and you could see a scratch forming on his arm. And he's like, all right, that's it, time to go.
Yeah.
He donated the examination table. Probably about 3 months later, about 2 months after that, he came back to the house with his wife and a couple other investigators this time. Now that the table was in here, I think from around November 2009, give or take. I was in the room over here talking to his wife for a good 15, 20 minutes. When Alan first came up to the doorway, he's looking around as if to say, yeah, this is where it happened last time. The moment he crossed the threshold into the door is when I got a splitting headache. So
The store here or that?
no, the door behind you.
Okay.
It was a long story. It was meant to say that a lot of guests ask why I don't provoke in this room or why I don't investigate in this room. It's because I feel and he feels that Dr. John's mad at me, or whomever's in this room is mad at me because we let him back in the house after he was bad-mouthing them. Felt like there was a spike being driven through my skull. And it kept getting worse. I ended up staggering out of the room. The moment I got through the threshold of the doorway to the other room, the pain was gone. It took about another 15 minutes before I could go ahead and sit down and relax and settle down. And I started, doing math equations, reciting Gaze-Berger. I thought I had a stroke. So about 45 minutes after that, I asked Alan, hey, can you go ahead and do the test with me? So I came back in here, good 10, 15 minutes, nothing happened. I called Alan in. The moment he crossed the threshold of the doorway, same thing happened. I bolted out of the room. We've had other people, the moment they walk into the room, they have a headache, they go out of the room, it subsides.
Yeah.
Other than that one time with that guest in the house, in the room at the time,
Right.
I've never had it happen prior to that, never had it happen since. But in all fairness, since that one time, I've never come into this room and he's come back to the house like 5 or 6 times now. But because of that, this is the room where I mostly sleep when there's no guests in the house or after guests has left. Because of that, I don't want to take any chances with him getting pissed off at me anymore.
Right. Cool. We gotta check real quick, man. Like super thirsty. For whatever reason that's maybe what I'll ask you outside, because I don't know if you want.
Now,
Just,
what I'm thinking about from what you're saying, asking outside, there's some things that I will not mention. I'll mention it off camera, but I won't go ahead and mention it. Well, the reason I said I don't want to mention it is because Gary's brother and sister still live here in town.
Yeah. No,
And out of respect for the family, I won't go ahead and go on record with some of the things that.
This is to do with what we got last night. Look at that drawing.
No, okay. So right now?
Yeah.
start investigating in about 3 hours.
then they go ahead and they try to do it the same way. If they don't get anything, they get all pissy, and it's like, it has a lot to do with the person, not just what you say. It's like also.
I think that I do a lot of things like out of the box.
Yeah,
You know, you
yeah.
get to be creative and like, think about like where you're going, what you want to try, and like I don't just do stuff I mean, to me part of the fun of it is being like trying new things, like
Yes.
Shots, just the shot really well, so it's just like
Oh, that is nice.
yeah.
The
There's like
the
these
control on that, that's cool.
rocking chairs and very chilled. So yeah, photos and stuff. So yeah, we probably have room around. Yeah, so I'm like looking at it. Why would I look at that? Because I didn't see. I mean, I was like chatting and you know.
Right.
I don't know.
Huh.
We had this period. I was like, it's called the King Solomon conjuring oil. Put it like, I mean, last 3 places we went to. I think we just tried the Sally House the last show we did like last month up there, the rectory, and here. Every time I use that thing, like as soon as we start using it, especially when we're doing the Ouija or something like that, it just
King Solomon's conjuring.
yeah, you gotta try it. It's like ask them to try it. Like when you, it's like to me, it just really opens up your thing. But he tries to do it. So yeah, Canadian Kristen, met her a couple of years ago. Sketch. Oil? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you'll find it online. It's like,
The God helmet, right? You guys tried that last night?
oh, yeah, times, I guess that, before the show, I got the wires all in spool. Then tape them all up and.
Oh.
Yeah, I got them all in spool, so it's just, yeah. And stuff, so he has a laptop that we're gonna, you don't have a PC laptop, do you, by any chance?
I've got a work laptop with me, but unfortunately I can't go ahead and use that for something like this.
Oh, we can use it for the desktop, the wires only go so far, so. But he has a laptop, David brought a laptop, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I mean, Sandra might have one, but
yeah, it's, okay. Yeah.
so wait a second. So like on my phone, I've got binaural beats, right?
Yeah, those
Is
are
that the-
great with the Gons, with the Gons.
They asked about that when I was up there when I left last night.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what about that? I said, yeah, I think they work great. I mean, they either amplify it or might, if it's not the same set. I mean, that's basically the same. I mean, so why is it USB? Are those USB sound cards in there that's then piping it out to?
I mean, and I guess there's little sensors up there that emit the radiation. Yeah, but there's a Dr. Person who did a ton of experiments with altered states. There's little like sensors up top.
Oh, no, actually, what I bought, practically, and lactose, so I'll just cook one or two. I know what we're doing. got an idea for this? What was this?
Last night.
Oh, what?
I'm gonna get called out.
In the mirror?
My ghost story.
Oh, all right. What am I doing? Okay, hold on.
We're taking photos of everything. We're on Hollywood Boulevard.
Get the fuck out of here.
Everybody's thumbs.
Could that be something else? It's in front of the mirror. It's connecting with the edge of the mirror. Shut up. No. Can we put that, can you, when I'm editing,
Yeah, I
can you send that
gotta,
to me?
yeah, I gotta get the timestamp on the video.
The same exact shirt in the back. Exactly the same. That's hilarious. Because we're ghost hunters.
So when I got a cell phone charger, some iPhone, I don't know battery, if that's cool, like.
Yeah.
Like, when he was doing this, this is what we caught, and then I'll play the DVD, like, what he was doing. You see this?
What?
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, what's that? Oh, the same one? Yeah. See, that makes a lot more sense. When I saw it like that, I'm like, I don't understand it. That's pretty cool. That's awesome.
Thank you for not taking the rest of those pills, baby. Thank you. Thank you for that. You're so important to me, baby. I love you so, so much. And you didn't deserve that. Not one bit. That's a John Prop. I know.
I'm not married, but this is the one thing. Yeah. End of February. She doesn't like the house. And it has a lot to do with the fact that nothing happens when she's here. You could be having hell, fitting the sham on the second or third floor.
I know, when I say you don't deserve it, that, I know it's true, but I know it doesn't help how you feel. And there's probably no words that I could say that will help how you feel. But I just want you to know how important you are. Not only to me, but to the world, the gifts that you have.
We were sitting down here at the table, and there was Ed Hansen and Rick Griffith on the third floor. And the Shannon, people were freaking out, and then everything settled down, and all of a sudden you hear a woman scream. It wasn't on the third floor.
Thank you for not doing that.
On the second, in the search board. We're like, wow. Everybody on the table heard it. It could be my girlfriend. Ran up the back stairs. Anybody here? No sound, no nothing. I call her up the walkie-talkie. Yep, everybody's telling her. But wherever she's at, nothing will happen. She has had a few things, but everybody thinks it's like paranormal identity is something you can't explain. However, it's probably something you can explain, not something supernatural.
You always feel better when you hear her voice.
If I investigate the house
She's
for a
good
night or two,
medicine for you and for yourself. And you need to ask for the medicine. You need to tell her you need to go because you know that she would want to know that. And sometimes there's no way to protect someone who loves you from what you're going through. And I know you want to protect her and you don't want to cause her any or harm.
Oh, ready? I'm ready.
Sometimes there's just no way to prevent that. And especially if it's the sacrifice of helping you, you know that she would in a moment's notice. Because she does care, she does love you.
Yeah, I'm gonna,
she's
I mean,
able to help.
they're fairly new, so I doubt it's on. I'll just go grab it.
She was able to help. That's the truth.
Kristen?
Yeah?
Hey, I want to show you guys something real quick before I go to the main
Okay.
car. Are you guys up here? What are you guys doing?
No, we're right here.
Oh, that's weird. It's
I
upstairs.
have to go.
Here, dude. This is probably what got you last night.
I'll check in on you before we go live, if that's okay. If you can't answer the phone, just text me. But
All right, weird. Yeah.
the
woman or- Was there an outlet up? Dave, was there an outlet upstairs in the?
Yeah. Right, I set my laptop on the chair and there's an outlet right next to the chair.
Okay, cool.
It's pretty perfect.
Okay.
Is it an iPhone? Yeah. Go ahead and put it up, right side up.
How long would it take you to show what you're showing?
Oh yeah, I'm sure Carrie.
Can you send that to me, because
Yeah.
I have not told you anything about this. That is,
Is that the picture, is it a picture from Twitter?
No, this is a picture. Like this is the one.
I got a picture from Twitter of
you,
him upstairs, and it's something looks like it's on the bed.
No, this is different. That's I think just the bed, but this is something completely
can you
different.
send that to me? It's,
Show it to me, and then I gotta go bitch up my husband. Are you sure that's not me?
Yep, you weren't up there yet, and you don't look like that at all. You don't walk sideways.
The
There's
girl from the
nothing there.
ring.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Interesting.
We used to have 3 Ouija boards over there, now I don't see any.
Interesting.
Really?
Yeah.
Here.
The girls might have moved them.
There's one upstairs, and there's another one.
There's
that,
one that, yeah, she
Did she
actually
actually take? Yeah.
to her, yeah, out of a closet.
Yeah, we have one up there, one there, and then one in the doctor's room, which I think we moved, but we still had 3 there. No
I'm
problem.
gonna make sure to show you, Karen, that a viewer sent in, after you went, I think it's after you went to bed up there. It looks like the shadow of 2 legs sitting on the end of your bed.
Looks really cool.
He is
So I guess, I mean, that's pretty, I'll just do a couple shots.
So, you ever talking about, you said you had a dream, but you weren't ever talking about it yet? Were you butt raped?
no.
Yeah, okay. Were you, well, of course it isn't rape if you willingly do it. Were you a willing participant? No.
I actually did, was telling them that,
You need to call me back,
I
so
seen,
I can talk to you before.
when you're
I
laying there in
go
that,
live.
when you're laying there in that bed,
Colin's
all the lights are off. I left the door open,
Mhm.
but no lights on upstairs whatsoever. Because I wanted whatever it was that was in the seance room to feel free to come right on in there and communicate with me.
Right.
I didn't taunt, I didn't provoke.
And that's why
But you were doing it earlier in the evening.
he's been,
No.
he's
What I,
like, was crying and hurt when he was talking to me. He said Dad just left and walked upstairs.
What do you guys do
So,
all that?
whether
I'm
or
not-
That's what you
No,
do,
I-
I don't know.
I'm just
You'll have to tell me
noticing
if it is what you
the
did.
chandelier moving,
Oh.
It's really fucked up.
but nobody's upstairs.
And,
Yeah.
Um,
I guess when Tim came over, he could have bumped it, but yeah.
The,
before 8 o'clock, that's when you go
No,
live.
well, definition of provoking and taunting, I guess, varies depending upon each individual. I did not want to, I wanted to speak out against the negative entities. I wasn't directing it at, especially the children or Jesse. I don't want to do that. But I wanted to,
Okay, so that's where you're sleeping
are not my legs.
I know.
I don't.
They even have feet to
That
them.
bed is long, man.
They even have
I
feet
mean,
to them.
Huh.
That's
And that's the whole picture.
Right.
And then, like, they have feet.
Hmm.
Pretty interesting. A viewer
Yeah.
sent that in. My son said that when he said he was just going to swallow the bottle of pills, that my husband laughed and then walked upstairs. And that's what sent him even further down. What do you see when your dad's an asshole? Like, okay, so look at this.
What?
This is not Ken's feet or legs that don't go down that far.
You guys seen that one? Yeah, I think it's always there though.
anyways.
It's always there
How's
though.
feet?
No,
Yes, it's always there. It's there right
I
now.
kept seeing, like,
It's
when
weird.
I had the lights off.
To me, because it's
I thought about laying with my head
Yeah,
at
it's
the
there
very
right now. It's gotta be something.
foot of the bed.
It's been there.
And I thought, no, there's no way I would get any sleep because I would constantly be looking at the door, waiting for someone to come in. So I went ahead and slept up regular, and I kept seeing, like, I couldn't even see my hand in front. I mean, it is blacker than pitch black up there.
Right.
And I kept seeing what looked like the outline of, like, a face, just kind of like peeking around that corner where the bed stops. And I was like, maybe it's just my eyes playing tricks on me. And I was like, but there's no play of shadows or light because there's no light.
Right.
So I was like, okay, and you can see me on the DVR. I get up and I'm like, I'm shining my flashlight. What am I seeing? And so I go to get back in the bed, and I'm laying there. Probably about 20 minutes later, I feel like somebody sits down on the bed. Like, I felt the weight of it, like, pushed down. I was like, okay. I was like, all right. And I go to look up. I can't say that it was a goat. I don't know. I can tell you that the part that I did see was more of a pointed, like, jawline, or like a chin and a
Right.
mouth. I could barely make out, like, any type of nose or eyes, but this part down here, I definitely see.
Elongated.
Yes. And I seen a hand come up, and I audibly heard it. I heard it. And then it went back around the corner, and at that point I was just like, I'm too tired. I can't deal with this right now. So I finally dozed off to sleep. I woke up right at 10 o'clock, just dead. And I couldn't tell what time it was because, again, it's so dark up there, it's hard to tell. So I just started rolling on the digital recorder, and I didn't say anything, and it was just all over the place in there. I mean, just loud talking. So I stopped, I listened to it, and I was like, okay, so it's here. So now I'll ask questions. And I was asking questions, and sure enough, he was answering. There is no doubt about it. There are things here. There's no doubt, because they do respond. They are intelligent. It's relevant responses to the questions that you're asking.
Hmm.
It's intelligent. What it is, I have no idea. But it's something. And I mean,
Well, it's kind
it's
of
something,
wide-reaching, like something.
you know.
Well, we're not looking for any answers. I mean, it'd be cool to get some answers, but we're not expecting anything. So you're not obligated to say anything. So.
Oh no, I mean it's.
We've had people that come in and they grumble because we don't try to oversell stuff. And it's like, look, I'm not here to go ahead and try and convince you there's ghosts in this house. I know there's ghosts in the house. Gwen's, all the people that help out because they've had some amazing shit happen here. You know, it's like, we're just here to give you a chance to have a similar experience. And some people get pissed off because we don't try and run it down their throats. It's like, look, whether you're in the house one night or 20 nights, sooner or later you're gonna have the shit scared out of you. And there's always that, I don't believe in this, or I'm a professional. It's like, give it time. You know, professional means you're not doing anything but that. You know, and it's like, professionalism is different. But I mean, I've been run out of the house multiple times. So somebody said something like, "Oh, I've never run out of the house." When we were at dinner, one of the guys said, "Oh, I've never run out of the house." Okay, have you ever non-casually walked out of the house? Well, what do you mean? But you know exactly what I mean. Other than when you would normally walk out of the house, have you ever done it expeditiously? He goes, well, yeah, and everyone started laughing because we all were there. You know, you're getting your shit and you're walking fast. You know, you don't want to say you ran out, but so when I say I've been run out of the house, I wasn't running my ass out, but I was walking a lot faster than I normally would. But anyways, the reason I bring that up is like, we know there's something here. I'm not trying to belittle your experience. You know, just yeah, we know there's something here. There's times when it's been like 2 months, and the most thing that's happened is you've heard a creak of a door or a knocking when you asked for it. But then there's other times where you can't get in the door to the dining room, and you're hearing bangs and clatters and things, and you know there's nobody in the house, right? And you go up there and check, there's nothing out of place. And the you know, the little frills on the pillows up in the girls' room, Rachel's room, we'll find these things, doll hair pulled out and the frills from the pillow. And we thought at first, okay, it was probably a mouse or a rat that was trying to do nesting, or maybe a bird. But it would be left in a spot like right here, or right at the corner. It's like, what the fuck? If it's a rat, they're gonna gather things up, take it back to their nest, come back. Same thing with a bird. But it'll be right in the middle of the bed, or right at the corner. One time it was on the little vanity table that's up there. Yeah. The chair was pulled out, and it was set right on top of that. It's like, what the fuck? There's no bird or rat or mouse that we know of that might be able to move that out and then place it right. A lot of times it's very subtle stuff, and then there's other times that, yeah, anyways. Yeah, there's definitely something here, and anybody, I think anybody that tries to classify, I don't think we know what it is or what it could be. You know, maybe in 10, 15 years or 20 years, you know, we might have a description for, yeah. Some people said Big Black is an interdimensional being. Some people said it was an Native American spirit walker or skinwalker or something like that. Oh, what the hell is it? There's one.
Have you had anybody ever come in here and claim that you've got what's termed an elemental?
Yes, a couple times.
I was curious about that just because of how certain people were describing seeing certain things. I'm like, that's classic textbook elemental stuff.
Yeah.
But I found it interesting what you said about what people bring in, what you're starting to experience more so, and the lack of experiencing with Rachel. Not complete, not having experiences with Rachel, but it's subsided like you had said, and there's more.
Originally, so when I first visited the house, within about 2 weeks prior to that, the previous owner brought in the Church-pew, which is now on the second floor, servants' quarters, back where Virgil's closet is at. So about 9 months after I bought the house, the previous owner came back as a visitor. We were having a birthday party and a Halloween party here, and so the moment he came in, he goes upstairs, we go to the seance room, and the fit hit the shin. I mean, this thing started happening left and right. And so about a month after that, he said, hey, you know, I was wondering if you'd mind renting the house out to me, you know, to him. I said, yeah, sure. He flipped out because he couldn't deal with the stuff. He thought that he could deal with it again. He flipped out the first time, which is why I ended up buying the house. And then he flipped out again. I said, look, if you leave, you know, I can't have you keep coming back to the house. Said, yeah, I understand it. I don't want it anymore. I was like, oh. So the first thing he did when he moved back into the house for that month or two is he took that church pew that was down here and he got the hell out of here. He thinks that that's what brought some bad things in here. So going back, Rachel was very prominent my first visit. Then each visit after that, it seemed to be less and less and less. And we think that we originally had to get through Dr. John and his wife Jessie. We would have to talk and tire them out. And then about 3 or 4 in the morning, we could talk to Rachel and her twin brother Ennis, which we don't have any evidence of either, which we'll now attribute to Gary. But, and you could talk to them for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and you could ask them a question, and you get an audible response back. Not EVP, but you could ask Rachel, you know, does she have her dolly? And you'd hear yes. And you asked if she wanted to skip and play, and you could hear, she'd go over to the stairs. I mean, it's freak out. So, but then the presence of Big Black came into it, and people were drawn to Big Black, and they wanted to stay in those 2 rooms for the whole night, trying to, you know, challenge the Big Black demon or whatever the hell people. And so we first had to go through Dr. John and Jessie to get to the kids, because Dr. John was a dick and he was very oppressive to the kids in real life, you know, in the living years. And then when Big Black came in the picture, we actually had to go ahead and not necessarily piss off Big Black, but we had to try and communicate with Big Black before we could even get a response from Dr. John. And then we had to go through Dr. John to get to Rachel. Went down there, shit up in the attic, the snake man, the goat man, whatever like that. I mean, there's so many things here. It's like, I've never seen the snake man, never seen the goat man. I've seen things that people said, yeah, that's what it is. I'm like, well, okay, I didn't see what you say. It doesn't look like a goat man or snake man to me. But it was in the area of the snake man and the second servant's quarters. And I think a lot of the stuff is people's imaginations or something like that. But there are a lot of weird things that happen in both those areas there. I'm at the point now where I'll talk a lot of smack, but I won't stay in the house after I talk to smack. And I won't be in the house after dark by myself. When I was here this last Tuesday getting the internet installed, those guys headed out about 8 o'clock, and it was about 20 minutes away from getting dark, man. I didn't have time to shut down my laptop and everything. I was gathering shit up, and I was going out in my truck and just throwing it on the back seat. And they were laughing at me. And I was like, you spend as many nights as I have in this house. When you start provoking, the last thing you want to do, oh, you haven't been in the house for about a week or 2, right? So yeah, it's probably been about 3 weeks. Well, what are you worried for? Because they don't forget and they don't forgive. So anyways, it was kind of like, I got my shit up and out of here. Anyway.
What is that section behind it? I
So,
didn't see it.
okay, so that behind that church pew is just a curtain, right? And the previous owner had that as his private bed space, and he had put down faux bricks all the way down there. And when I got the house, we went ahead and we started doing some renovations. Now the windows behind there, it goes back like 6 feet, maybe 7 feet. The windows back there, they're about to split. The window frames are so old. We've got great stuff of duct tape holding them together. The previous owner glued marbles on all the windows. Well, the problem is those windows frames are so old, the weight of the marbles actually caused the frames to split. So we had duct tape up there, and then I got great stuff holding everything in. If you look from the outside, you can still see the marbles, but you'll still see great stuff coming out from the side. So we got that blocked off because of that. And then when we pulled up all the faux bricks on the ground, there's floor damage. If you go up there and you just spread the curtains and look, you'll see the floor damage. So those 2 reasons, that plus the now when the curtains are open and we have the windows, the light coming through, looks pretty because all the different colors coming through, shining down, looks fabulous. The problem is people, they got sticky fingers. Not thievery, but they got sticky fingers where everybody wants to touch stuff. And the problem is it's just a matter of time. I'm surprised they've lasted the last 8 years. But anyways, so, well, it's probably about, it's around when, so it's the last 5 years or so, yeah.
You know, at least use the pew to block that area off so nobody gets it.
Now that was an area in the mid-late 70s. The brother and sister of Gary said that they had a grease fire back there. There's a grease fire, half the room went up in smoke, yada yada. But then like 3 years later, they said, no, there was no grease fire. There's evidence of a fire, and there's evidence of water damage from putting out the fire. But then Gary's sister, were you present when I mentioned about she came back one night and said everything we told you was bullshit? Okay, she said, I know my brother Brent said that there was no grease fire. There was. Don't let. So they said that it was a surprise. Nobody knew what was happening with the little brother, right? She told me back there. That's all a bunch of lies. The little boy went ahead and mentioned like 8 hours prior to his mom, and she was present in the room, that he couldn't see. Everything was going gray, and it was so painful to go ahead and to get him some help because he couldn't see and it hurt. 8 hours later, she said that was about 6 o'clock in the evening or something like that. Now the father usually worked night shift. He was a truck driver. 2:15 in the morning is when he was pronounced. I'm being vague on the wording, but I'm sure you can figure it out. And so that was roughly 8 hours after that he cried for help. And I said, why haven't? And she said, now the brother was there, so I'm sure that they're gonna have us back. The brother and her have had a falling out because she's an alcoholic. She did have a few drinks, and I don't know how drunk she was, but you could tell she was drunk because you could smell it on her breath. But she wasn't staggering, falling down. But her daughter was with her. So her daughter heard that. Her daughter's been in the house a couple times, and she knows that there's shit here. And that woman, which would be Gary's niece, she'll stay in that room 6 out of 8 hours of the night, trying to talk to Gary and stuff like that. Anyways, so back to the Church-pew. There was a grease fire. No, there wasn't. Then she said, yes, there was. And that was after Gary, which was 74. So that was in mid-late 70s. The first record we have of Rachel, the story about Rachel anyways, was late 70s. A guy by the name of Jeff Brummage, who still lives here in town. He was a college student at the time. And he went ahead and was on the second floor. It was in the front bedroom, Jesse's bedroom, right above here, in Gary's room. He said, yeah, I heard that story about the little girl. He didn't know what the name was, but the little girl on the fire and the Christmas tree and all that. I said, when was the first time you can remember hearing that? Oh, that was back when I was, a college student. I was living in the second floor, yada, yada, yada. Really? So although we don't have any, a lot of people said that the previous owner made up the whole story. And even, I think I even mentioned up there that I think he came up with a lot of stuff. So I say one thing, part of the tour, and then I contradicted it by saying, I don't think that's true. And now I'm saying the same thing. It's like, well, he said it was true, but I can't find any evidence that she, other than a fire, I can't find birth, death, a report in the newspaper, can't find anything. So that's why I'm a little bit less protective about what I say with Rachel. But Gary, I know he's real, still here. I still believe Rachel's here. But people are drawn to, and not judging anything like that. You guys are drawn to the big dark and baddies too, which is fine. We've got the girls at the house. Well, I'm not saying that you have nothing to do, that you're not interested in the kids. I know you said you brought that for the kids. That's fine. It's just overall, most people come because they want the oh shit factor. And quite frankly, even if you have a experience with the kids, you're not going to get the same oh shit factor. You're going to be like, oh shit, was that really happen? That's awesome. You're not going to get the same thing as with the big dark baddies in the house. And it's really sad, but we've got a number of girls that come to the house throughout the week. They'll spend upstairs with Gary and Rachel 2 or 3 hours a night, and it's really cool. And it's really hard to. You'd be having a good day, okay? And let's say in the morning or the evening, if you get in a car accident, not a horrific one, or if you have a bad experience at a burger joint, somebody fucks up your order and they give you an attitude. That can, how that bad energy can ruin the rest of your day, right? So when people come in here, they might have the best intentions of talking to Rachel, but shit will happen elsewhere. And first night in the house, I was all dead up. The house was dark. I come in, I turn on some lights. I'm calling up my mom. Hey, yeah, I just got the house. Yeah. Hang up the phone with her, and then I go upstairs, and I didn't have a flashlight with me. I'm like, there's a light up there. I'll just use that. I go up there, I flip the light switch on at the front of the hallway. Nothing happened.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to get a couple.
So I walk down to the end of the hallway. Now the chandelier's behind me, right? I flip the light switch on. All 3 bulbs in there blew at the same time. Oh shit. And then I'm in the dark. My phone's down here. I have no flashlight. I'm in a haunted house all by myself. My wheels started spinning. Oh shit, I'm fucked. So I ended up fucking hightailing it back down here. Like, okay, and so I was psyched out. I was like, okay, what do I do now? What do I do now? I psyched myself out. I got my mom on the phone. I said, stay on the phone with me till I get my shit up and after. She said, what? You just bought the house. Doesn't matter. That wasn't one of my 3 times though. I think that was just the gear started going and thinking the worst, and it would really suck. Something bad happened my first night as owner, so.
I think a lot of times it's like when you've got a special recipe that you're trying to make, you don't have all of the right ingredients, you keep looking for it, and you can never get it quite right. I think that's not always, but in a lot of cases, I think that's honestly the way it is with the combination of people and their different energies and what they bring in.
Absolutely.
It's ingredients.
Yep.
You know, which is why I've told them on the Sally House investigations, I said, whatever you have going on in your personal life, leave it at the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Leave it at the sidewalk. You can pick it up right when we leave here. But if you bring that in, it kind of garbles
Influences,
the communication line there.
Yeah.
And it works. It does. It works. So when you were talking about people coming in and wanting the ownership factor with
Big Black or the goat,
it's a thing of, to me, I enjoy it. I enjoy any form of communication, whether it's good or bad, because it's still communication.
Right.
To me, I don't know what it is about the kids thing. It really, really gets me. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, Gwen says that she's talked with, like, our first night in the house, which was, I think it was May 1st. It's either May 1st or June 1st. I think it was May 1st, 2010. She went ahead and she would hang back one room behind us because she didn't want to hear the tour, but there's other people in the house. So when she got into Gary's closet, we were in Rachel's room at the time. She was in there for like the next 3 hours. When we got done with the tour, we came downstairs and I'm like, where the hell is your wife? Oh, she's probably around there. I went walking around. She was just coming out of there. The tour went really long. And she was doing great. And we've had people playing cards with Gary. And it's really cool when you have, usually if you have 2 or 3 girls in Rachel's room, not necessarily little girls, you know, but it could be young women, even motherly people who, you know, we have a lot of times where a group of nurses from a medical facility or from the hospital come here for a girls' night out, you know. We used to allow it to be a party house. Now it's like, okay, it's got to be in one of those 2 rooms. You want to shoot down your shots in one of the 2 rooms and then go ghost hunting? Fine. But we let them know, you got to be careful because the more intoxicated you are, the more susceptible you are to the bad things in the house. But they'll go upstairs and they'll talk to Rachel 2 or 3 hours, and they say, oh my God, Rachel was talking to us, and the dolls will go off, not the one that we were there with the lights would like that, but there's one that push button on the belly, that thing will go off like crazy when one woman talks to it. And then you can tell the other woman that might not be the best. You know, some women seem, oh man, she seems so sweet, you know, she'd be a cool mom, and then other women would be like, I don't know. The doll will respond, the woman won't respond to the other person. We had a group in there with the doll was going off crazy. It had been like 2 months since I'd been to the house. This was about 2 years ago. 1.5 years, 2 years ago. 2 months since I'd been to the house, come into the house, we go upstairs, the doll was going crazy while I was in there. And I said, I'm sorry, I don't know why it's doing that. Somebody said, oh, the batteries are probably low. Like, oh yeah, that's right, okay. So I'm sitting there just leaning next to the bed, and things kept going off. And I said, I'm sorry, I'll go ahead and I'll change out the batteries before you guys do your investigation. Well, I forgot to do that. So we go ahead and we're come back down to the end of the tour, and the guys just said, well, their cameras and everything like that. First thing after the smoke break, I'm answering questions, come back in, boom, they go upstairs and the girls go up there. The guys are down here at the command center, and they're watching, and that doll's going crazy. I'm like, oh man, I feel so bad, I'm so sorry. I don't think it's paranormal, guys. If the battery's low, it's gonna go off like that.
So fast forward an hour later, it's time for the teams to swap. The guys wanted to go upstairs. They got, the beach balls were getting knocked off the bed, not rolling off the bed, knocked off the bed, and they caught a photo, and you can actually see well, they had video too. You can see an indentation on one side before it flies off, and then they took a photo, and you can see a small handprint, probably about yay big, of something that hit it. At the end of that hour, when the guys went up there, the girls were almost forced out of the room, because they go, come on, get out, it's guy's turn. The moment the guys entered the room, the doll shut up. And they said, oh, it's because the batteries are dead. And they go up there, hit the button, bloop, goes off fine. It plays fine. It did not go off once for about another 2 hours, because guys were in there trying to do the thing. And so they said, nope, we're going to go ahead and stay in here for another hour. Apparently they weren't as dicks like the girls. So at the end of the second hour, when the guys leave, their girls go back in there, the doll starts going off again. Just kept going off. Rachel was talking to them, knocking the balls off. You could hear it. Oh, and there's one picture in there where it was just off the side of the camera. You know, it's like you see like this much of the head from here forward. The doll's head turned towards the camera, and everybody's like, "Oh my God!" Well, we were looking at it, it's like, you know what? We can't go ahead and prove that there wasn't somebody behind turning it. Does that make sense? We know there was nobody turning it. Because we didn't get the whole thing. It wasn't like this, it was like that. So there's no way for us to prove that there wasn't somebody back there for the last hour and then it moved the head. Well, we've got other instances like that too. There's the door at the end of the hallway. And you see girls, you go out there and they flip the door top down. And they're standing there for a good 30, 40 seconds. The door doesn't move. They walk down. The moment they start walking downstairs, the door's closing with the door stop up.
The Church-pew, why do you think that caused?
No, I don't. The previous owner thinks that was something bad because it came from a church at one time or another. Exactly what or why, don't know. So when I got the house back, it had been sitting out there for about 2 months. Winter months, it had snow all over it and everything like that. So then, 6 months later is when Gwen came to the house. And she went ahead and took it to her place outside of Bloomington. And it was there for like 3 or 4 months, and they refinished it. They sanded it down, stripped it, revarnished it, brought it back. Yeah, and it's really nice. Unfortunately, a lot of the etchings that people scrape, etching their names or carving their names in the back, some of that's gone. But I think I was sitting on that my first night. It was laying across here. I was sitting on that right here, right about here. Let's see, that one was laying right here. That one was pretty much right where it was at. It's pushed over a little bit. I had my first experience on that church pew. Scared shitless. I almost swore my britches twice that first time. That was pretty freaking awesome.
What happened?
Well, I never had any experiences prior to that. You hear the creaky noise and you have this and the stuff that was weird, but I could never say was paranormal.
Right.
Well, I'm in here and we're all sitting down. There's 2 people sitting over there. This thing was either sitting like that. I think we moved it over there, but so they're sitting in lawn chairs, whatever. And did the, can you knock? If you're there, knock and make a noise or something like that. And we heard doo 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 doo, which seemed like from here it was either right below the kitchen or it was past the kitchen in the back bathroom. And we're like, no way! And then we heard. It's out on YouTube, I'm sure it is. What we call the spooky fucking noise. It was like a house noise. It was like, it's gonna sound really cheesy. Imagine really low frequency wind. It wasn't a groan. It was just, I don't know what the hell it was, but it was almost as if the house was moaning. And it went for about 2.5 minutes, and it would go up and it would drop down. And I thought it was done. And I'm like, what the hell is that? Is that in the house? I'm like, yeah, that's what starts happening before things start happening. And I haven't heard that. Other people have heard it, and we've got recordings since then, but I haven't heard that since then. Well, I think there might have been one time, but that was probably 3 years ago. I haven't heard that, but in the recording, now granted, the recording is completely different than when you're here. Listening to things, but you could tell that when you started to say something, it picked that back up in intensity, almost to say that, I'm not done yet. It was reacting to what people were saying. And I know it was my first time, it was their first time, it was this person's first time, these people have been here before, and then you had the owner, and I think his brother. But I mean, so we had that, then we cracked a joke about Dr. John being a quack, you hear, and there we're like, no way. And it was like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, and people are going to the restroom and stuff like that, and somebody came out there, like, what the hell was that? And they're looking around for a smell or something. I'm like, what are you talking about? I said, oh, you can't smell that? I said, no, I can't. What smell what? I said, doctor, you guys are on crack. I don't smell anything. No. And then the person over here said, oh my God, I smell it. Oh my God, I smell it too. I'm like, what the hell, you guys? Holy shit. It was as if somebody walked right in front of me, looked me up and down, went on to the next person. Boom, 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 boom. As if somebody walked right around, and you could feel a whiff of air. And then right after they're gone, it was that really strong, pungent. Oh man, you had it in the deep in your the back of your tongue, back of your throat, where you could smell it for a while. You could taste it for a while. So I've smelled that probably about 12.5, maybe 2 dozen times since I've been here. And then there's other times where there's the old hag. Think Wicked Witch of the West. Old cackle. She's up on the 3rd floor. You hear, get out, leave. And I'm thinking, this has got to be, but I've never experienced it. And other people are like, what the fuck? I never experienced it before. It seemed fake. But when somebody said something, or when I said something, and it would interrupt me with, you shut up. I've got a full write-up of that first night. And some other stuff. I'm thinking, okay, I can understand if somebody else was talking and they were interacting directly with it. But when I'm talking and it's interacting with what I'm saying, and then people say, well, maybe the previous owner had a controller in his foot and he was saying yes, no, whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that's possible, but even if I were scammed into buying the house, I've experienced so much shit since then, knowing that there's nothing in the house, nothing rigged like that. That's like, okay, even if he fabricated some of the stuff, even if he did something, I know that there's something here. Does it make sense? So I keep thinking, it's like, so somebody said that the previous owner must have been doing a hoax, and because he was doing a hoax, there's nothing haunted here now. They say he was doing a hoax because Rachel doesn't come out nearly as often as she used to. And this and this and this doesn't happen nearly as often as it used to. And I went ahead and addressed it once when somebody brought that to me. I said, you know what? I think you're right. I think he was doing something. And they're like, really? What? I said, I think it was really in tune with the stuff. Like, what? We were up in the attic once, it was October 19th, I think, the day after my birthday, 2007. And we were up there doing an EVP session. And EVPs, when you play back, you can hear what somebody is saying, right? The previous owner would hear shit that nobody else would hear. I was like, what the fuck? He said, oh, you hear, his name is Dave. Well, he didn't say that. How old are you, Dave? If somebody else would say it, because I didn't have the balls to talk. And how old are you, Dave? Oh my God, you hear it? He said 21. I'm like, what the fuck, man? I'm not hearing anything. Are you on crack or what? After the end of an hour, you go back and you listen. You can hear me bitching about, how the hell can you listen? But in the EVP, you would hear somebody's voice saying Dave or David or whatever the hell it was. You would hear him say his age. You would hear him say what year he passed away. All this other stuff. The previous owner was the only one that heard the stuff. Now, there's other times we'd be down here and we'd call up to Rachel or you call up the old hag. Nobody really talks about the old hag anymore. You talk about Rachel, you talk about John, they're stuck on them. And I try and leave out Gary because I don't want people fucking with Gary. But then you got Virgil, if you mess with Virgil. Then with the Goat Man. And did you see that episode of Ghost Stalkers? This house was featuring Ghost Stalkers. They wanted to have nothing to do with the kids. They wanted to focus on Dr. John, the Goat Man, and the Snake Man. I don't even think the Snake Man made it in there, but he's focused on the Goat Man. And they're trying to provoke and everything like that. And so now the house has got a reputation that, I don't know, maybe it's a demon house and there's portals open to another dimension. I believe there's a portal here. I believe there's a ghost here. there might be other dimensions coming and going. Oh, so, you know, like an EVP, right? EMF and the vibrations. Okay, so what's his name? David Roundtree. You familiar with him?
Right.
Okay, so he had a sensor, over in that corner, a sensor over here, over there, over here. I was only here for about the first, I don't know, hour or two, and then I had to head back to work. I was getting in trouble, and they had on-call issues or whatever. So after the tour and talking with them and everything like that, Gwen left. She went back to where she's at now, staying at Saunders' house, and unless they needed her. They actually called her back, come in here, because they were having some things happen, but their setup was supposed to go ahead and position. It's supposed to quantify there being a portal or some activity. So they had the one guy over here, and then none of it, what I'm telling you, got on the film. I did see the rough cut of it because it came back later on that night, and I saw this stuff. So he was sitting here, he was talking, and there was a little bit of activity, right? I mean, you could see the vibration, the four sensors vibrating a little bit. Gwen would come back here, and the moment she walked into the room, those things started going crazy. And then when she started talking, it was crossing over, the lines were hitting each other and everything like that. A lot of that stuff didn't make it in there.
Karen, you want to come get food? Or? Okay, you sure?
You sure you're gonna be here all alone? I'm gonna head out in a few minutes. You're gonna be stuck.
You want to roll this?
Scaredy cat.
You good?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm babbling on about all the
No,
things that
like I
cat.
said, I enjoy the history of historic places like that. I eat it up. It's, yeah, unfortunately, the demon bug has bitten a lot of people, and that's what sells.
Yeah.
And I get it. You know, it's attractive to certain people, but you know, I like it all.
Well, with Gary and Rachel, like I said, we got the picture of Gary. I don't even know where it is. I know Gwen has it, and I know I asked her. She's in the house 2 minutes, and we can have a. So, we were in the house. This was like 2 years ago. We mentioned that we had a photo of Gary. He was getting mad because we're making money off of his brother's name. I was like, no, sir. Well, I saw his name out there, and it's linked to your site. And sir, when I first learned about him, I did go ahead and have his name out there. But since you and I have talked, I've pulled his name down, and it's not out there. He goes, oh, it's still out there. I said, then it's not on our website. His last name is completely gone. His first name is referenced only to go in respect to him, so they're talking to him. All right, he started bitching. And I said, look, if we were out just to go ahead and exploit your family and his name and stuff like that, we would publish a photo that we have of him. What? I said, we have a photo of him from when he was in the 4th grade. Really? I said, yes, sir. What? Can I take a look at it? Sure, no problem. So we had 2 copies of it and showed him one. You could see the tears just pouring out of his eyes. And, you mind if I keep this? Oh, go right ahead, Brian. Folded it up, kept it, and everything. They have the deed from Dr. John and Jesse owning the house. Of course, she is an alcoholic, and she is falling out of favor with the family, and I can't go ahead and find her number in here, so he's been only contacted that. But we got a photo of it on my camera when they brought it. It was in 2012, I think it was. So I went ahead and offered $100 1 year to buy it, and I offered $200 next year. No.
How do you turn the light on in the?
Over on this door here, next to this door, the light switch not next to it. The first light switch you come to, turn it clockwise. Got it?
Yeah.
There he goes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Some people are too meek to go ahead and say, "No, man, I can't figure out what the hell you're talking about." So they'll say yes while they're still messing around with it. Anyway, so he's lightened up since. He obviously recognized with his brother and stuff, but because we have the photo yet, we don't publish it and we haven't put it out.
I think we got a lot of credibility back. Where if we were trying to go ahead and exploit his family,
Right.
we would publish that and everything. And
Well, I mean, it's obvious just when you walk through the place that you all do have a lot of respect, even for Dr. Gibbons, regardless of what he may or may not have done. You still err on the side of respect, which is always good. But you can see in the visuals that you guys do care
Right.
about the family's name
Yep.
and history, and that goes a long way at the end of the day. You know.
Dr. John's brother, George,
Yeah.
his son, Harris Gibbons, was the student of Mabel Hopper.
Yeah.
So Harris's daughter, Marcia Gibbons, she married some guy, and her married name is Marcia Crego, Crego. This was, I think, 2013, January 2013, or maybe it was 14. Let's say 13. We got a call saying that she was related to George L. Gibbons, which is the brother of Dr. John. And she'd like to come down here because she didn't know anything about Dr. John. So that just substantiated what we heard from a woman living at the old folks' home. Long story short is Dr. George and Dr. John, or Dr. John had a falling out with the rest of his family for whatever the reason is. And the woman at the old folks' home said you would never mention one or the other doctor's name. You would never mention both of them in the same conversation. It was something you wouldn't do. Dr. George, the one not with this house, he was really nice. During the Depression, people wouldn't be able to pay for stuff. He would go say, pay me next month. Or, he'd take a chicken or something and trade.
Yeah.
Dr. John, nope, you had to have the money up front. He wouldn't do business with you. So it's like, okay. Then she said that nobody liked Dr. John, that he was known as the bad doctor. Now, whether that meant because he wouldn't go ahead and help people out when they needed it, or that he was actually a bad doctor taking with the female patients, we don't know. But Marcia, Dr. George's granddaughter, said they have the family tree going all the way up to like 4 or 5 generations up, right? So it would be Dr. John's grandparents.
Right.
But there's no mention of Dr. John in there. It's got her dad, Harris, Dr. George, the other 1 or 2 brothers that George and John had in their family, Asa Gibbons, which is Dr. John's father, and his father, and I can't remember that father's name. And then it had everybody else, but Dr. John and the wife and everything about this house was completely vacant. There was no mention of it. It was as if they never even existed. And I was like, well, how did you find out about us?
Yeah.
And she said, because we went and mentioned somewhere on our website Dr. John or Dr. George L. Gibbons. So she was doing a Google search, and apparently that came up as one of the hits. And she's like, why the hell do they have it mentioned? He's mentioned Dr. John. She didn't know. Anyways, long story short, found out. Anyway, yes, so, Dr. John and George had falling out. I'm lost. I can't remember what the hell I was saying now. But the reason I brought it up.
William Riley Gibbons?
Yeah, Riley. That's the other brother. Yeah.
Riley. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Now, he wasn't a doctor. Was he a doctor?
No,
Was he?
I don't think he was.
He was not a doctor.
Yeah.
Okay. He was the oldest, though, right?
I think so, and I think he took over Dad's farm, but I'm not too sure on that. I stayed pretty close. Gwen would be able to tell you in a moment's notice. Oh yeah, Riley did this, this, and this. She could probably rattle off his. She's got a freaking book that thick of everything, photocopied notes from the library as well as handwritten notes and everything like that. She's really gone into it depth.
I found what Dr. Gibbons' mother, America.
Yeah.
It's strangely a common name for that time period for women.
Yeah.
I found what she had told her oldest son, basically her last words, and it was really, really, it was kind of like sad, but yet also kind of like uplifting. She said, here in a little while, I'm going to be taking my final trip, and I'm really looking forward to it. Something, I can't remember word for word, but something along those lines. And one of her, the last phrase in that sentence was, when you you get to the point where I'm at, you'll know what I mean.
Right.
And I was just like, I don't know why when I read that it just hit hard. I was like, it was very, very sweet, you know, very powerful.
Here's a picture of Dr. John. Can you take a look at that? If you
Yeah.
don't already know what I'm getting to, can you take a look at that and let me know if he looks like anybody famous? If you don't know, when I go ahead and I tell you who he looks like, you'll be like, oh my God, how did I not? You might not literally say that, but you'll think to yourself, how could you not see that? But it'll be so clear when I mention it. Very famous. If I give you the next hint, it'll almost give it away. Presidents.
Oh, wow, without the beard.
Yep.
Wow.
Believe it or not, his mother was President Lincoln's cousin.
America, Margaret was...
Abraham Lincoln's cousin. Yeah. And there's
without the beard, yeah.
Yeah, without.
Absolutely.
So if you go up to the Bedford, which is town north there, we've got a copy of it in one of those books, or maybe in Gwen's.
Yeah.
But we've got a copy of the confirmation that his mother was, that they wrote back from the White House,
Lincoln's.
confirming that his mother was President Lincoln's cousin.
Yeah. Now,
So-
what was he a doctor specifically of?
General
Is that
practitioner.
Just a general
Yeah.
Okay.
I think in that day and age, they didn't really have, at least for this area, they didn't have
Just kinda all around
specialists. Yeah.
type of thing. Okay.
Gwen said that he was a pediatrician.
Because
And
of
I
the
was like,
PD.
I said, yeah. Why do you say he was a pediatrician? Oh, because of this abbreviation. I said, well, I think that's physician doctor or physician doctorate or something like. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's in one of the books here where she says, "Oh yeah, that's a pediatrician." I said, "No. That's what this here right here means. This, and this, because it's not just looking at definitions now, because the definitions of the abbreviations change.
Exactly.
You have to go back and look at historically what it would mean at that time."
Yeah.
But he was a general practitioner. He did his own surgeries. So it was in one of those two back rooms, either the bathroom or the room with the bed in it. He did his own apothecary, his own medicine. But towards the end of his practice, the last 10 years or so, he started going ahead and not fishing it, farming out. Pharmaceutical farming. Then there's a pharmacy a couple blocks down on Main Street, and he started writing prescriptions for there. But at the beginning of his practice, he was doing his own apothecary. So
Now he died about 10 years after his wife.
yes, 1944.
44.
I can't remember the exact year, but I know we've got it written down.
Because she died in 34.
Correct, May 34.
Was the funeral home right across, actually, kind of cool. Was that always a funeral home here?
No. Dr. John died July 6, 1944. After the time when Dr. John was here, it was a jeweler's store. It didn't become a funeral home until the late 40s or early 50s. So Chastain, who owns it now, was very prominent at the time, or throughout the years, and there's still a lot of Chastains here. But during that time, it was a jeweler's home, and they've added on to it since then. But the main hub of it,
Yeah.
it was a jeweler's home. You know, the gems and jewels and stuff like that, and rings and necklaces and everything.
Now the house next to it, was that part of that?
Next to it, pretty much right across the street from here. No, he bought that house, I think within about 15 years ago or so.
Okay.
As far as what that house was back then, I don't know. But we do have record in here somewhere. If it's not there, Gwen has it, or I've got it in my electronic copies. But the address at that time was this house. I think was 212
Warren Street, and then in late teens or early 20s, it changed to 714. So it was 212, and we've got in the stands.
Has anybody ever like tied any of the darker, malevolent activity here possibly to the funeral home?
You're getting close to a topic that we don't know. There's no confirmation, but a lot of the hosts, a lot of the staff feel that, and I can't remember where it came from. I know they hit on it with the Ghost Hunter or the Ghost Doctor show, but it's probably like 4 or 5 years ago. There's supposed to be something with the church, and the portal that comes up through this house is supposed to be to the left side of the church, comes around, goes up, and ends up in the attic, or actually a little past the attic, but that's the exit port. There's something about another portal at the end of the house. So there's a lot of times where you see stuff shooting across. If you stay up awake at night, and then since there's no lights, if you have the lights turned off, now granted you have to go and do a little sensory deprivation, right? You go ahead and you don't blink for a while and everything like that, but you will actually see orbs of light shooting specific pattern, and they will go right through, sometimes through the wall. They'll definitely go through the wall if the door is shut.
Okay.
But if the door is open, they'll go right through there, and they'll go through the mirror in the seance room. They're going to something in the back area there, which we haven't even opened up. We wanted to get the rest of the attic done and then open that up. But there's supposed to be something between the church here and the funeral home.
Huh.
And so what we don't understand is, okay, well, a number of years ago, it wasn't a funeral home. It was a jeweler's thing. However, we don't know what it was or what might have been there before that.
That's true.
So there could have been a house there, 20 years before the jeweler's house was there. I don't know. So you're hitting on a topic that a lot of us believe that, and I think there's something with it too, but it's all conjecture. We don't know.
Yeah, it's in my line of work is attention to detail and surroundings, and not overanalyze everything, but just be aware, be balanced, and be aware.
Yeah.
Be observant. And that's the first thing I noticed. I was like, wow, funeral home. I wonder how long it's been there. Early.
60, 70
Yeah,
years, 70 or 80 years.
Yeah,
give or take.
I mean, that's a long time.
Yeah.
To see a lot. Well, actually, earlier today when we were standing outside, there was a military funeral
Oh yeah.
going on, and stopped, by, pay respects, and I don't think anybody else walking by did, but I was like, it's kind of nice.
You need us to move?
In a sec, yeah. Not yet.
So you like doing B-roll or just?
Yeah, just some B-roll. Yeah, it's all just of the house,
Out of the TV crews that have been here, which one seemed to capture more evidence than the other? If you can say,
I think the Ghost Talkers caught a lot. You didn't see the episode, but they caught a lot of stuff that they didn't even air. They caught a number of things with the kids, but they weren't focusing on the kids. So they went ahead and they skipped right over that because they wanted to get to the big baddies up top. Are you just doing video or are you doing audio too?
Audio, but it's not. Nobody's gonna even listen.
Okay. As far as the one we think was the best work for the house, it's a draw between Travel Channel's Most Terrifying Places in America, which we ranked number 4, and Home Guarding TV. They did America's Spookiest Homes, and we got 1 of 10. Sorry?
No, I'm talking to myself.
Okay. We got 1 of the 10 spookiest homes in America. That thing was really nice, and the team had stuff happen when they were here, but they didn't air any of that. They were just trying to go ahead and air the house and the story and stuff like that. The film crew that was here for most terrifying places in America during my interview, a door slammed upstairs. And so, you know, the camera's right here, right? But I'm supposed to be looking at the director. And blah, 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 and then wham! And I stopped. I'm sorry, can we do that again? He's like, no, we gotta acknowledge that. I said, no, that was your crew upstairs. I mean, I didn't react to it other than, ah, crap, I thought we were gonna have to do it again because there was no way that it could have not made it on the footage. And no, our crew's outside. And as I'm turning around to look, I'm looking at the camera again, and it's a black guy, really dark skin. His eyes are so fucking big. I said, what the fuck? And I turn over and I look over and I could see them, you know, out here and out that door because I was sitting like right about there. I could see them out there moving. And I was like, oh shit. So when I turned back around, I was like, because they were still rolling. I was like, I don't know what that was. But, and then, so when you see it in footage, it's like, bam! And then I turn all white because I was freaking out. I was like, oh crap, they didn't call a cut. I just went ahead and, you know, I didn't react. They did really well with the footage, but the cameraman got the shit scared out of him when they were upstairs on the second floor. Something went ahead and grabbed him and the camera went back. He didn't fall. He went back and he bolted. He ran into the room when he was doing a panning shot in the room. And he was yelling and he wanted to get the hell out of there. And then there was a group here for up in the attic where they're doing an investigation. And they got the ball. The ball was just sitting there, and all of a sudden it started rolling on its own. I don't know, it probably went about 3 or 4 feet. And they said, but the woman who was part of that group, oh my God, something hit me. Oh my God, this and this. She was jumping at everything, and they said she just was not believable, and it just reeked of faking. And because she was in there when that film rolled, if they just showed that, they would have had people in the room.
Right.
And then they would have had to explain, well, what were they doing there? And I said they just figured we'd just leave it out because we didn't want to go ahead and have to put them in there when she was the kind that was saying, oh my God, this, oh my God, that. And everybody's looking around like, you know, you're on crack. Just, anyway.
That's one thing about a lot of these places, especially here. You don't have to sell the experience. It sells itself.
But the problem is, I can't go ahead and get you to ride a roller coaster unless you've heard how cool it is. The problem is, Kieran, there's this roller coaster ride. It's so fucking cool. It goes left, it goes right, it goes loop-de-loop, it goes upside down, it turns you around, and it shakes the shit out of you. And you'd be like, granted, on a roller coaster ride, you're familiar with roller, even if you've never ridden one, you know it because they're all over the place. But trying to talk about the proverbial roller coaster ride, that's bullshit. Same thing I had when I was hearing about this house. That's bullshit. If that were the case, it'd be everywhere. Everyone would know about it. It'd be all over the news, yada, yada, yada. Until you've ridden the roller coaster ride yourself. I can tell you how cool this experience is. When the adrenaline starts pumping, when you see a door slam shut because kids at 3 o'clock in the morning are pissed because nothing's happened. And then the shit hits the fan. And their feet only hit the ground twice to get from that room out the door. You know, or when you're in the room and you see a candle fly across the room. The door slams shut. Or when you're down here about to pass out, you know, the second time I was running out of the house, I was putting my iPad down on the coffee table and I leaned back on the couch. Because actually this one was over there. But I just leaned back like this, and bam, there's an explosion in the house. I'm like, what the fuck? Now if I'm trying to tell you about this, it's like, oh, there's an explosion. It was loud. In fact, the whole house shook. Now, somebody else in the house, or somebody outside the house, I mean, there was no way that it couldn't be heard for like 3 square blocks. I mean, it sounded like a car backfiring in the house. But when I tell people that, they're like, yeah, you know, it was just a bang. It's a door slam. No, it wasn't a door slam. But, like I was saying, until you've ridden the roller coaster ride, anything I go ahead and explain is going to be pale in comparison. But anyways, like you've already agreed, yeah.
You don't. You really don't.
Yeah.
You know, just like at the Sally house, this last time that we went, Kristen got there. I was still probably about an hour's drive out, maybe a little bit less. And the the rule is that whoever gets there first, you FaceTime with each other. That way you can see exactly what they're doing and what's going on. She got on the phone with me, and it looked like somebody had broken into the place. So I was like, okay, don't touch anything, don't move anything, just leave everything exactly how you found it. And when I got there, she had been eating a sandwich, and she got like some ketchup or like a mustard on her hands. And I walk in, and how you walk in is, here's the steps, you walk over, here's the living room, here's the bay window dining room, and then you walk in to the kitchen. The kitchen extends that way, sink is that way, and then down here's the basement. So she's over at the kitchen sink, washing her hands. I go to open the door to the basement, and I open it slowly, and I stop, and I go to turn around in there. I'll never forget this, ever. You've had dogs, right?
Yeah.
Okay. When a dog gets excited, or it wants to lick you in the face, it comes up to you, and you smell, you feel that warm, dank breath.
Yeah.
I felt that, except I heard a growl, and it was a low, good old growl, and that breath hit me in the face,
Right.
and it was sulfur.
Oh, really?
It was rotten eggs. And before I could turn around to say,
Oh shit.
what's going on, I didn't even get the words out of my mouth, and I look back at her, and she's going like this, going, I can smell that.
Really?
Now, me being a guy, I had to tell her, I was like, okay, I showered today. I didn't let one go. Because again, you don't,
Yeah.
in a group, you really have to be sure about those things. And I was like, I didn't do that. And it literally, it moved from me to her, back over to me, and then in through the dining room. It was almost like you could see it moving and smell it. I've never experienced anything like that before. But just like you said, until you're there in the moment, you'll never understand it.
Right.
No. So, you telling me about how the house like violently shook because of the explosion?
Boom! Yeah, and they're like, holy shit,
Yeah.
I'm in the house. So, in 2010, I was looking for some guests because there's two or three girls down here, and 2 or 3 other people were up on the second or third floor, and they were calling up to them, but nobody was answering, and they were too afraid to go look for them. So I went to go look for them. I said, I'll do it for you. So I go up to the second floor. I'm going to each room. Is someone's over here? Hello, nobody here? Okay. Anybody in this room? No. Okay. I go down to the servants' quarters. Nobody in that room. Okay. So I come back, bathroom, nobody there. I go up to the third floor. Go into the third floor. Anybody in the nursery? No. Okay. Go upstairs. Now we've had a number of reports prior to this where people say that they were getting pushed up and down the stairs to the side, yada yada yada. But to this point, it was, we didn't have handrails on the stairs either side.
Oh wow!
And I figured, okay, it's a steep set of stairs. Maybe they're if instead of saying I tripped or I lost my balance, I figured that they were just, I got pushed. Right. I said, no, that's a kind of a cheap way. Just say, you lost your balance, no big deal. But nobody had ever gotten hurt. It was usually just a couple steps, no big deal. So I'm go upstairs and I'm like, well, tonight might I get pushed? I said, nah, nothing's gonna happen. So I go upstairs and I said, is anybody in this room? No. The middle door? No. The seance room? No. I turn around and I move the curtain aside. I said, anybody in here? Nothing's there. I turn around. I said, okay, time to go. I went through the whole house, so they must have come down the back stairs.
Okay.
When I was up on the front or something like that. So I started turning around and I said, it's tonight the night that I get pushed. And I said, why am I thinking that again? I just had that. They're not going to mess with me. I'm a nice guy, yada, yada, yada. I took 2 steps, and the next thing I know, I'm feeling a cool breeze. I actually felt a cool breeze before that, but I felt a cool breeze. And then I took 2 steps, and the next thing I know, I'm flying down. And I know I've gotten written down. And I know what is written down. So I know exactly how it happened, at least from what I can remember.
Right.
When I wrote it down the next day.
I can't, you know, when they say when you have a head injury, you can't remember what happened. I can't remember exactly what happened. I remember my ass hit the ground, at least I think my ass hit the ground before my face was flying forward. So I think my legs are pushed out from underneath me, and then I hit my ass, and then I fell forward. But I was 2 stairs from the top. I went flying down, and there's no handrails, right? So the one handrail on the right, which is now there, and that pole, the banister, that was not there. None of that was there. So I went face down, wham, hit the, you know, you got stairs coming up, turns around, and comes up here. Wham! Bam, 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 bam. Whew. I'm laying down on the ground. So when I landed, I was facing towards the door. My legs were laying up the stairs, and then the stairs were up like there. I'm like, okay. And I did a quick inventory. Okay, nope, nothing's broken. I'm fine there. You know, I can still wiggle my back. And I said, okay, check for blood. And then right then I felt, you know, it started getting warm, and then drip, 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 drip. I'm like, oh fuck, and I was still woozy. So anyways, I get out and my glasses were smashed. So it was the hinge of my glasses that went ahead and ripped about 1.25 inches long. I got 8 stitches for that. But so I hit my, you know, holding it there, and by the time I come down, I got blood all over me, and I'm coming down, and they had a photo of me, but I did the goofy ass crooked eyes look, and I wish I hadn't done that because you can see the whole impact here. The doctor said, this leads into why I ran out that one night. The doctor asked how long I was unconscious for. And I said, no, I wasn't unconscious. He's like, what? Wait, you went down a set of stairs, and he could still see the impact. He goes, you got this big of an impact, and you didn't lose your consciousness? And I said, no, sir. He goes, man, you are fucking lucky. I thought really weird. He was a Eastern or Indian or something like that. You are fucking lucky. And he's sitting there stitching me up, and he goes, you're also lucky you didn't crush your eye socket. And I'm sitting there saying, yeah, you know what? So that made me realize I didn't do any provoking that night, but I got cocky. And I know that there's many nights prior to that and many nights since that I've done a lot of aggressive provoking. And it made me realize that if I'm in the house by myself, I don't need to fly down a flight of stairs to bleed to death. I mean, I could be walking across here, trip and hit that thing. Yeah. Or if they wanted to, if they could go and throw a candle holder or whatever. Yeah. But anyway, so that's when I realized, okay, I can't be in the house after dark by myself. If at any time in the last couple months I've done any provoking. And it's just a caution. I mean, I probably could be. And many times I've been in the house by myself since then. But I definitely take it. See, Gwen and Sandra, they go ahead and they're really sweet. They play with the kids, and then they talk. They don't challenge and they don't dare and they don't provoke any other entities in the house, or any entities in the house. But they do go ahead and say, come on out. Whenever it starts to get to be a point of provoking, if we're wanting something to happen, myself or Bill will start provoking. Bill is fabulous at it. I know a lot of the little ins and outs, and he's a former cop, and he knows all the shit they're saying. He'll rah, 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 rah. 2 minutes into it, man, you got shit banging around and stuff happening, footsteps on the floor. I mean, it's really good. So when I'm in that chair, this chair, but when it was over there, and I hear the explosion, I sat up and I said, holy shit, I'm in the house by myself. Okay, it didn't happen. It's just your imagination. I'm trying to disbelieve. Because I think, I've thought, and I'm not going to go ahead and state exactly, because any time I think I figured something out, they slap me upside the head saying, you don't know anything. Or it does a reset on me, right? I mean, you don't know what you're thinking. So I thought it was all psychosomatic, you know? I think it's haunted, therefore weird shit happens. So I was trying to disbelieve. No, it didn't happen. It's just your imagination. Well, again, it could be that I was getting, the gears are going over like that. But at that time, boom, 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 4 thunderous footsteps. And when I got done, I was right above that wall, which is right outside the stairs, right? And I was like, holy shit. Okay, no, it's just your imagination, It didn't happen. I was still trying. And then I heard another explosion back in the bedroom, in the doctor's operating room. It didn't happen, and I could feel I was pissing a little in my pants. No, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. I didn't want it to get the best of me. Then I heard another 4 or 5 thunders. Now, this is something that we didn't have in the house at that time. Any of this medical equipment or whatever like that.
Okay.
And we still don't have any of this stuff, and I can't explain it because I don't know if they used the same stuff back then. But it sounded like metal, you know, the IV equipment, the metal trays,
Yeah.
and the little beeps. I heard clanking and metal things were getting knocked all over, and then boom, 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 boom. 5 thunderous footsteps, and it was right on the other side of that wall. The door was shut, but it didn't matter. I got up, I grabbed my iPad, I ran in there, I had my eyes shut, I grabbed my bag, I turned around, ran straight through here, went out the door. So I guess in that instance, I did run out of here, but not full speed. I was trying to do it quietly, but I might not have been running, but I was rocking really fast. No, I was running. I got my shit, I ran out the door, went down, got in my car, drove about 4 or 5 miles north, and I was just so tired. And so I said, well, that's the thing is, my brother doesn't believe in this. It's all psychosomatic, there's no such thing as God, there's no such thing as ghosts and goblins, it's all in your imagination. And I got no problem with his belief, but I think he's wrong, because if you have, now I understand there's an explanation for it, but I don't agree with the explanation. If you have 4 or 5 people in the room and they all experience pretty much the same thing. Now, I say I see a guy with horns. You see a guy with horns. Now, what I'm actually seeing might be different than what you're actually seeing.
Right.
But if I see A, B, and C, and you see A, B, and C, now the font in which the letters are written and the size of the letters might vary. But as far as I'm concerned, if you have multiple people reporting the same thing, it doesn't matter whether it's fabricated in the mind or not. It's a shared reality. Does that make sense? I mean,
It's called the Topa effect, or Topa theory.
Topa effect, Topa.
Yes, Topa theory is, it actually comes from Tibet, where in the Tibetan religions, which is primarily now Hindu, it's believed that if you get a large group or a small group, or it could be a small group or a large group, but if you could get, again, what I was saying earlier, the right ingredients
Right.
of the energies together, and you focus all of that energy on one thought, it's believed that you can actually create it.
Okay, and I agree with that 100%.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
It's possible.
So okay, so a lot of the apparitions in the house, a lot of them are dark shadow people, right? And I think that's because, okay, so now when I saw Gary, or when I believe I saw Gary on the front stairs, did I even mention that to you? Okay, so this was when Tim's last visit. He was in the doctor's room with Diane.
Okay.
And this was the second visit. The first visit, like 10 people here, everybody had cameras, and it was just too much chaos. I was in the dining room watching the same video feed when there was a camera on this arm over there pointing to the stairs, and people said they saw something there. I'm looking at the same video feed and I didn't see anything. But I got up, I closed the laptop lid, I got up and I walked in here, and the light was low, it wasn't off, but it wasn't all the way. I come over here and I crouch down at the first landing. I wait a few moments and my eyes open up. And right in front of me, boom, something or somebody was sitting on 2 steps up, sitting down, kind of like this. But this part of the legs were down in the stairs, but their ass was sitting on the steps or close to it, right? Just like you, just imagine a silhouette. I couldn't see anything on the face, couldn't see any clothes. It was just absolute black, but it was no more than 6 to 8 inches out of my reach. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, the head is here, the shoulders are here, the head, that, and that. And I was trying to do all those scientific measurements. Okay, it's this far from the top, it's that far from the side. Okay, and it's about yay far. And so by the time I got back to the laptop, cutting back probably about another 5 minutes later, people were saying, why didn't I do this? Why didn't I do that? You should have done this. You should have done that. When I was there, I was literally that close from shitting my britches, because I'm like, what the fuck do I do? It wasn't threatening. It wasn't running away. It wasn't trying to do anything. It was just sitting there as if chilling, as if to say, hi.
But it was that close.
It was that close. It was that close,
Yeah.
and it wasn't a oh my god, and it's gone. I was there for a good minute and a half. Okay, the shoulders, the arms, it's sitting down here. I made forward, but I made a point where I wasn't going to get more than probably about 6 to 8 inches away from it. Because like, okay, I don't know, but I was scared shitless, and so I've always said that if I ever get in that situation, now granted, I'm talking about a situation like that, not a situation where there's a horned demon beast, possible something in my face. You know, I probably wouldn't touch that. But if I were ever to see Gary or encounter Gary again, or something similar to that where it wasn't threatening, I would probably sit down next to it, or I would probably put my hand, I would probably try and touch it to just see what would happen. My girlfriend thinks I'm crazy, and I'm not going to argue with her. It's like, you're telling me, and she says that she's never experienced anything like that, so she doesn't know. And I said exactly the point. I have, and I regret doing that. She goes, well, why didn't you do it the first time? I said, because I'd never experienced it before. You know, it's kind of like going to Disney World, but you're afraid to go up and say hi to Mickey Mouse. Okay, I've been to Disney World now. I'd like to go ahead and say hi to the, to the care. I'd like to go ahead. I pulled some water out. I haven't drank any, but I need to drink something. Anyways,
No, that's
sorry for babbling on.
No, don't apologize. That's when we were at the Sally house. Me and the camera guy was down in the basement, and we were rolling on that digital recorder, and I had him hold it, and there was what is believed to be a pentagram that was actually found there by previous residents, where rituals were supposedly done. I had him roll on it, and I said, I'm going to place my hands on the pentagram. I was like, you got to tell me if that's what you want. And I waited, and I was like, speak into that light and tell me. Didn't hear anything, so I placed my hands down. When we did a playback, right there on the spot, after I asked it, I was like, you got to tell me if that's what you want. And I said, speak into that light. You hear it say, plain as day. And then I put my hands down. And then I asked it, is this what you want? Do you like this? And the response was, when we played that back, I knew that. Because ever since that, things have not been the same around my home. So I get what you're talking about. You know, you can get caught up in the moment, and it's really easy to do that in situations like that. For me, I have to, yes, I'm excited, but you also have to keep your wits about you and be aware that if these things are what is to be believed as the spirits of these people that were once people, respect that, approach it as that.
Right.
You know, if you do that, you still might get hurt and touched a little bit, but that's the cost of experiencing something.
But there's also other things, and whether you subscribe to these or not. I mean, there's interdimensional beings. You've got demons. You've got. I gotta ask Gwen, what the hell is that?
There's imps, elementals.
No, it was a Dimby or something like that, or Topi or.
Jinn?
No. 2-syllable, it was, give me a second, let me grab my phone. I'm sure when I go ahead and I mention it, you're like, oh yeah, not whether you say it is or it isn't, or you think it is or isn't, but you're gonna know what I'm talking about then. Dimby.
It's not Jinbei, is it?
No. 20 minutes from now, even without Gwen's help, if I just stop talking about it, I'm sure my subconscious will bring it to me. So I was out. It was during Ghost Doctors filming. I was outside talking to David Roundtree. And he said, "Are we recording?"
Oh no! It must have slid down. No,
Yeah.
it's off. Yeah, it's on hold.
Man, for one of the newer phones, this thing really takes a long time to load up. Yeah, give me a second, I'm sure.
Are the chandeliers original?
No, when the previous owner got here, when he got the house, when he got the house, there was no light fixtures, nothing. So he bought the chandeliers and he put all the little sparkly doodads on there.
I mean, it looks like it fits perfectly with it. I would have never guessed otherwise. It's gorgeous. Have you ever had anybody take a sample of the burnt doors and have it tested for evidence of like
Have tested for what?
carbon dating for the actual flash?
Hi, hi.
Was curious.
No, not that I know of.
Have you, given how long you've owned the place, have you had people, like guests, investigators, overnighters, have you had anybody ever take an item
Hey guys,
from
who's here?
and have stuff follow them home to have them bring it back or mail it back?
No, we have had people steal stuff such as a music box that was in Rachel's room when I first bought the house. It was in there, and probably about 2 months after they stole it. We have had people who used to be residents of the house. I don't believe in this crap. This house isn't haunted. Yada yada yada. I lived here for 9 years. Nothing ever happened. Blah 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 blah. In the late '80s, early '90s, they were in the house for less than an hour, and the fit was hitting shame with them. They freak out and they go home, and for about 2 months they were having weird shit happen at their house. It was just before, I think it was 2013, maybe 2014. No, 13, because we haven't had this. Okay, so it was about 2 years ago. It was probably a week or two before Christmas, and I said, no, give it another 30 minutes. It's like, when we get off the phone, go ahead and give it another few days. But go ahead and for 30 minutes, just sit down and say you don't want them in here anymore. Tell them to go back to where they came from, yada, yada, yada. She said it took like 3 days. Didn't have any problem with it after that. And it's amazing when people say that stuff, when the house wasn't haunted, and then they're like, oh my God, I'm having weird shit happen. And they say, I believe the house is haunted. Like a year later or so, they go, most of the time they come back and say, oh yeah, I had stuff happen. But then they completely forget about the stuff. And usually when things like that happen, I take screenshots of it. And so she came back saying, oh no, I used to live in the house, yada, yada, yada. Was there for like 9 years, nothing ever happened. And I think her name was Alyssa. And I said, Alyssa, weren't you at the house like 2 years ago and with Halloween and something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I said, and then I go ahead and I post up the message she sent. I said, is this the same you that's on here, freaking out that she's having problems with the house? Oh, well, I don't think that was paranormal. And I'm thinking, she was flipping out, calling me up. Anyways, people go ahead. People will find any explanation for the weird shit happening.
Hey guys, who's here?
And the longer chance they have to come and pull an explanation out of their ass,
Food's here.
they'll grasp onto that, because otherwise, I don't know what caused it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I live just outside of Nashville, Tennessee, and the Bell Witch Cave is probably about 40 minutes away from me.
Wendigo.
Wendigo, ooh. Wendigo is a Native American.
Wendigo.
Yeah.
So that's what he went ahead and said. I was like, oh yeah. So we started looking, Googling for that. I was like, yeah, that looks similar to. Anyways,
Wow.
sorry, you were saying.
No. Yeah, Wendigos. Those things are nasty. Yeah. When I was 18, I moved to Nashville, and I went to the Bell Witch Cave. And I was young. I thought I was a badass, and went into the cave. When you first walk in, they did unearth. It's now roped off, and you can't go up there. But back then, it wasn't. Like you could walk right up and put your foot right in the grave. When you first walk in, there's a stone marker, and they left it original, just how they found it. But it is in the shape of a tomb, built into the ground. And when I was there, went in and I picked up a rock. The owners of the property clearly state, now they've put up a sign, do not remove any pebbles or rocks or anything you find from inside the cave. If you do, this is our address, please mail it back. We look forward to hearing from you soon, type of thing. And so I thought I'd test the theory, and I did. Took me about 48 hours. I didn't want to mail it back. I wanted it back as fast as what I possibly could, so I drove up there. It was at that point that I was like, I still had stuff happen at my home for probably about 3 months after that.
Really?
But it took that long of a time, and it was a gut check. You know, it was like, respect, don't fear, but respect it.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I've been back there several times, countless times, and I've always went in there with the same amount of respect, and I've found that I get more responses and more evidence if I do it that way than if I go in just screaming and kicking stuff over type
Right.
of thing. But that's the reason why I asked if you've had anybody actually like take like items from the home or anything like that.
We know that people have stolen things from the house, but whether those people are ones that contact us saying that they have stuff happen at their house, or we've had it. The one girl that was here as a former visitor or former resident that was here, she had it happen for about 2 months. We've had other people say that they had stuff for 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Whether they stole something or not, we don't know. I just think that if somebody comes in with whatever kind of energy or a weak will or whatever like that, somebody can go ahead and get something attached to them and can follow them home. So yeah, but we've had Rachel, what we believe was Rachel, leave 4 or 5 times to hang out with girls, young women, motherly people, and then all of a sudden she'll stop and she'll come back, and we'll see her here again. Or so I've never seen Rachel. I saw what I believe was a girl sticking her head out through the wall, looked down. I was at the front of the house, was looking down the hallway, and it was something that we could repeat almost every single night. 10:45 or so if you're in the front room. Now the wall down at the service quarters has been pulled out. It was here, I believe, when Tim was here the first time, the second time as well. It came halfway through the room and then it cut across, and it was a yellow wall. So when something came, now from one side to the other, the description is completely different, but it's always consistent depending upon what side of the wall they came, what side of the doorway they showed themselves. But now that that wall is the behind the provided great relief, since that's gone, it's a little bit harder. And now since we don't have light in there, we got all the windows blocked out, it's really hard. But I think this is like 3 years ago or so, maybe 4 years ago. I'm looking down and not seeing anything, but I did see what I believe was Rachel sticking her head through the wall in the closet of her room and looking towards the front of the hall. And when she saw me, you know, my eyes bugged out, like, oh my gosh, I saw her pull her head back in. I don't know if it was Rachel, because all I saw was the head. I didn't see the face really. It was a lighter face, dark hair. I don't know if it was long hair or short hair or whatever like that. But that was it. But it was probably about the height, probably about yay high, of a little kid. But that's all I've seen of Rachel.
Oh, really?
But like I said, I've talked with her. You know, you hear her giggle, sing "Ring Around the Rosie" and stuff like that with her.
Well, I got some cool shots.
So anyways, Rachel's, Gwen's played with her. There's a couple groups in Indianapolis come down like 2 or 3 times a year. Every time they come down, the fit hits to Shannon and Rachel's room. I mean, they'll stay 4 or 5 hours in there chatting with her and everything like that. They'll come out throughout the night. Yeah. Gary, there's a guy that used to help out the house. He now used to be a volunteer. He comes down probably 3 times a year like that. Gary's room. The guy is like super hyperactive. I mean, just, oh my god. He goes in there. He can stay in there for 10 minutes, not do anything. Usually within 3 tries, when he starts asking Gary about opening up the door, and like I said, you could see the doorknob turn. We've got, I don't know, probably about 3 or 4 different videos where it's clear enough. You can see the doorknob turn and pop open.
The actual physical
You can see,
of that.
you can actually see the texture on the door. It's got little grooves in there, but they're at an angle, right? And you can actually see those things turn. But if I show it to you, a discerning guest or a paranormal investigator, you're going to look at it and say, well, I can't see somebody on the other side. It's possible somebody's turning the doorknob. Oh, that's another thing that happened. I think it was in most terrifying places in America. They caught the door turning again on its own. The doorknob actually turned its own. And another guest, they were up there from Louisville. They were up there and that door opened up 5 times. They kept closing it each time. But the moment they got their camera set up to start recording it, wouldn't open once. But the same night, so they're recording and they got the door and part of the doorway of the entrance to the room is being recorded, right?
Yeah.
And they're going for, I don't know, probably about 2 or 3 hours. It was one of the first hard drive camcorders that we had in here. So it was about 3 or 4 hours and all of a sudden, something hit that you can hear singing right before the camera gets hit. La 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 la, sounded like a little girl. It could have been a little boy, a younger boy before puberty. La 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 la. Whatever the melody was, and then it sounded as if they hit something, and then the camera moved like that. That's happened 3 other times in the house. Service quarters, attic, and Jesse's room, specifically on Gary's door. Same thing happens, or it'll like that. I know there was nobody in there at the time.
Right.
I know that it was a self-contained. They had a battery pack taped on there, so there's no wires for anybody to hit. Doesn't matter. Not you specifically.
Right.
But I understand people are saying, oh, well, no, I have to see that for myself. Because they don't believe it. But even when they experience it, those people are like, no, that can't be. Why can't it be? I don't know. Why can't it be something so amazing that it just...
Nobody has touched those dolls, by the way.
But
Yeah.
doesn't matter to me. You guys touch it, don't touch it.
No, I
Just don't make me touch them.
absolutely.
I first thought when I got it, I was like, man, I was such a sap to buy those damn things. But we've had people that have touched the dolls. Yes. Now, people might come to the house, and let's say if the guy is not, or a couple isn't doing well,
Yeah.
you know, they might not be telling their spouse, right? But we've had a couple people that would go ahead and touch that, like the guys. 2 weeks later, the girls go ahead and say that it was bad luck for them, or the guy would say it was bad luck because they touched it, because now they broke up with their girlfriend or something like that. Just the hosts alone, the volunteers that help out in the house, we've had 5 relationships die because of this house. No pun intended with the dying. People getting divorced, people leaving. We just lost one girl. She sent a message last night. All the time she spent at the house, but because of all the bad energy, she's finally met somebody. But because of everything else that's happened in the past with other stuff in her previous relationships, she doesn't want to take a chance on this relationship going bad. So she's leaving the house for it. Now that's not a bad relationship. That actually, Gwen is mad at her because of that. And I said, no, I understand, I agree. She's like, what? She was great at that. I said, yes, she was. She broke the chain. I'm glad she did it. What? I said, I would rather she leave the house and never be part of the house again and be happy with her boyfriend or her husband or whatever, than for her to try and keep coming here and this house kill that relationship like it has. I mean, we've had one guy that's been married twice that's coming here. He keeps coming back to the house. And now, he was probably bad at choosing women. Yeah, that's possible. But the guy's very charismatic. He can have basically any woman he wants.
very sharp, very smart. I mean, it's great, but something happens. They don't want anything to do with this house, or the girls. They don't like it. He chooses them over the house over them. And there might be other things in there as well. They might be psychos, I don't know, whatever like that, but.
Is it the same type of potency if you take pictures of them?
I don't know about that. I don't think
I
they
asked
with
permission first.
Okay.
Call me crazy, but I asked permission if I could take the photos. I asked the actual dolls, and then I took the photos just to be on the safe side. Because again,
We've had a number of people take photos of the dolls. I don't know of anybody tying. Everybody has something happen in their life every week that people can go ahead and blame on the dolls. I don't know of anybody tying anything to specifically those dolls, except for the people who've touched them.
You've touched, okay,
Yeah.
physical touch. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know if anybody's had something, and it could be that, not that I know of.
Yeah.
I would think that would be a stretch, but
Well,
I
just
thought
like
I was
the Robert the doll thing in Florida, people have actually taken photographs without asking. Hell breaks
Robert,
loose.
is that the one over?
Yeah.
Is that over Tampa or something like that?
Yeah, it's in Florida, and it's housed in a museum behind a glass case.
I remember reading. I just read about that
Yeah.
probably in the last 6 months or so. Yeah.
Yeah. It's been, people have taken photographs. They don't even have to look at it. They can talk about it and say, oh, he's a big, all this stuff. And right when they're walking out, they get hit by a car or they get in a car wreck. Literally 5 minutes after leaving there.
Huh.
And that's not just one or two occasions. That's a history of repeatedness. So it's one of those things where it's better safe than sorry. Ask first, but yeah, nobody's touched them.
Nothing that I know of. I mean, as far as the connection.
You guys have done an amazing job. I appreciate just the conversation and the history alone. Like I said, I do a lot of historical reenactments, and I love just walking around. Even when I'm performing there, I'll go on the tours and just enjoy it, just because it's so nice.
Right.
But I'm glad you guys have this place, and it's so nice, and you've opened it up too. It's amazing.
Well, my original intent was to go ahead and continue investigating. I figured within, say, 3 years, I would be able to retire because of all the video I'd get out and everything like that. And now I don't even try and do video. And people are like, why aren't you having cameras set up? Whenever we have cameras set up, things don't seem to happen. You guys are getting stuff, that's great. And I mentioned too, I said, you guys think you're getting something now. And I know it's bad for the show, part of it. Try and do something tonight with no camera set up. I mean, not in one room, just have everything not going. Or spend an extra night here with no cameras. Have everything torn down, put away. You guys will have some amazing shit. And I can't guarantee anything, but from what I've seen on the video, 2 nights with the cameras rolling and everything like that. Anyway.
I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
2 minutes.
Thank you
Sure,
very much.
no problem.
You guys have an awesome place. Thanks.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a event where I thought I was going to call it quits, just the way to do it, and then all of a sudden Wood came inside the house and helped out. That's horrendous. My iPad. Poor photo picture. Yeah, you're very nice.
I didn't see you. I think when I saw you, just didn't have anything in your hands. Sorry.
Yeah, that's it. Duh. Thanks. Oh, Gwen said you were borrowing a tripod or something like that?
Oh, it's that one in the corner there. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She did that.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, what?
She did that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, no, that's color points.
No, just, never mind. It's not. So, it is important, but it's not online. See all kinds of weird shit on it. It's not that bad. I'm just making it sound bad, so you don't look.
Yeah.
That's how you're like, I want to kind of look back more.
No, I just want to make sure I get the thing.
Yeah.
I think it's, I don't know, like, I'll just do a quick, like, hello type of thing, like, to open it, and then,
Okay.
if you guys want to go around, let me get that God's, like, that God's helmet thing going.
We'll do the God's helmet, and we could just like monitor John. Maybe,
Well,
we can put an obelisk in there.
I think it'd be interesting, I'll get Larry first, and then have John off into the second round.
Okay.
So we'll do one first.
One with you and the one with John.
Yeah, I'll do the first one, then like late night, we'll do one with John.
So does it have to be dead quiet or anything? Or?
Well, I'm gonna have Kristen sketch to
Okay.
quick, like, I'm not gonna really,
Okay.
she's just gonna go for it.
That's great. Okay.
So, I think like when you guys are, I'm gonna already be on it, so it's not just like 45 minutes. Again, you know,
Cool.
so, cause it takes a while, I mean, you know, it takes a while to get like into the session, it's not like it just hits you.
Okay.
You know, so.
Yeah.
It's 45 minutes, we just like laying down there like,
Yeah.
you know.
So she's sketching. Okay.
Yeah, so she'll be sketching, so.
With John, I mean, what we can do, if you want, you can put the obelisk in there or something, see if it, I don't know.
Yeah, I think like running like swimming with the SLS cam.
Oh, yeah, so that would be cool
You
too.
know, and,
Pop that in there. Now, what we can do is put that on a tripod this time. We can try that out, see how it works.
And I think like running like binaural piece was pretty good with it because when you're in this session, it's almost better than you don't want like interruptions from
Oh, yeah.
like, you know, people walking around.
Binaural piece?
I have some stuff from Ryan Institute that's pretty, but it's like, it's just weird, they like, cool,
Yeah, man, let's do it. And then,
set it up right now?
yeah, well, I'm gonna grab this, yeah. Let me take a leak real quick. Here's the charger, I'll be
Alright.
right there. I'm just gonna type my password in.
And then you guys have like all your ship charges and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Put it.
You guys are all
Yep.
charged up on your end?
Yep. I think so.
Yeah,
The
I'm
SLS
charged.
charged.
Yeah.
I mean, my camera's charged, but we're probably not gonna use it. It's just this. Okay, I'll be right back. Switch back.
If you guys shoot any video, because they were just,
He was doing video with it.
oh, there's one, that's cool.
And it died.
Oh, you guys have one full, well, you guys have one full at 100. So two is out. So see, it's like one.
He was using it, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's cool. It's like split like another, so it's like a bridge in there, so.
Another shirt on underneath this one, it's too freaking cool.
A little bit, yeah, because I ate, do you guys normally do 2 days or one night?
We usually do one night.
Yeah, it's usually a little,
You know, but then usually we extend it to like 2 days. Sometimes we're on the road, we're like, oh, maybe we can get one more in somewhere else. Since we're out here on the way home, you know, real quick. Well, actually, that's what we did with Satan's Hollow. was like right there where we went down into the ravine. It was off to the right instead of going to the left. It was like right there.
Okay. Church-pew, go.
I got,
This is mine?
this is mine. Well, no, that's yours.
Yeah. Here's in the kitchen. Ah. Okay. Cool, man. All right. Feel a little better? All right. What's up?
Shake it up and break it up.
Yeah, you still have one more battery to go.
On this one?
Yeah, it's about 100%.
Really?
Yeah, there's two.
Oh, it's over dying.
It was just that, CO2, it's just water, it's not.
Oh, to the two was dying. That's why I said two. It said two and then X or something here. It was like,
So you're gonna use this ball. I'm doing an experiment.
Yeah, we'll set you up at 3.
Okay.
It would be tripped out, maybe, I don't know. At what time? 3? Okay.
you're gonna fall asleep. That was gonna be napping.
We'll give you some 5 hours before you.
There's no way, but I will be, he's awake. Oh. EMF though. That'll probably keep him awake. EMF.
What's that?
The EMF waves.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Maybe it's just fine.
Sounds fun.
Yeah,
Cool. Alright, cool. Cool. This is it, right? You set this up? Okay.
Yeah.
I bought an e-cigarette at the, and it's, didn't work.
Seriously?
Yep. It could be the house. No, literally, I took it out of the blue package and nothing, didn't work, and I never had it happen.
That's
It was a
surprising.
complete dud.
I've never heard of that.
I put it back in the box, I'm gonna try and return on the way home. Like, yo,
At Walmart?
Dave, the shoe?
Walgreens. Yeah, it's mine, I'll put it.
Yeah.
This is mine. Alright. Yeah, I mean, I got some cool shots in with this, but. That's so cool, that's better.
Well, it's a brick, so.
Oh, the brick, okay.
Yeah,
that
one
makes
was.
sense. That makes sense. Like this one, for example, you know, just slow it down.
Probably would look cooler.
Yeah, just like, slow that down right about there.
Oh, you're using the rail?
Yeah. Yeah, use the rail.
Yeah, I was
crawler.
trying to do it by hand. It's not the,
No.
yeah.
That was hard. Yeah, the sliders kind of bubble though, because it's moving all over the place. It's bulky.
Is it heavy?
It's kind of heavy. This one's light. We just got it. And the cool thing about this, it extends like this. Save you space.
Yeah.
Which works out nice. I just gotta get a better tripod for it.
Nice, nice.
So we're gonna just pop this up there.
Yeah.
Get this set up.
I'll need Kristen to help me whenever she stops by, okay?
Cool.
I'm going upstairs.
Oh shit.
9.
Get sleeping with all.
Sleeping in the dog.
Here you go, 10.
So you want to set this up first?
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I was gonna smoke real quick, but.
No, go ahead. What do you want to do?
Where's Kristen?
What is it?
Alright, yeah.
Go ahead.
I have to look online to see, what the,
Cool.
a certain pattern.
Okay. I'll just chill. I'll hang on there. Tired.
You'll have the worst nightmares, or they're really good dreams after doing it. You feel weird after doing it too. It's kind of like your head feels kind of. It's just. You don't experience anything, but then afterward, if you don't, then you're definitely gonna experience something when you're sleeping.
Signal power. Hey John, do you know how to turn that laptop on, or you don't want to wait for the sorry, what's that? Do you know how to turn on that laptop? It's upstairs, but I just don't know. His laptop? Yeah. No. You know, we're just sitting oh, yeah, do you mind?
Yeah.
Sorry, just let me know. I'll tell you upstairs.
So you guys still in your?
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to install a driver?
We just want like audio.
Audio driver?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you coming?
Yeah.
Tim, are you coming back down with that?
No, I'll be up here, so
So I'm coming.
you guys want to come up?
Yeah.
or-
Yeah, we're gonna hook up all the wires to the house. A little old time.
swear to God, bro. Look, read the comments. Nobody says nothing about that.
I'm watching from.
Something right there, this door. That's here. Something just saw it. Nobody focus on it. This one?
Is that you?
Oh, it is me. No, that was me looking.
So did anybody see?
Sorry, there was. I swear to God, I did it. It's crazy. What? Like a full-bodied apparition.
No.
Yeah, bro. I just saw it. I thought it was a person. I swear to God.
Play it back.
Well, I'm not gonna play it back.
I wish you were alive.
What do you mean? They're up there.
Is this all recorded?
Yeah. Oh, it's time to. People mouse. Just roll over. Roll. Roll over. Time to show us. Well, what's time? 10:17.
Did the ghost light up on you? When something goes by.
Dude, honestly, it literally,
When something like that.
right here, it was like a person. Walked from here to here. Look, it's just a human, man. No, it's fucking crazy. Something. All right. Ready? You ready? Oh, could have been me. I don't know. All right, son. Ready? You did it.
I see you again. Oh my God. hold on.
Get up there, John. Get up there, John.
Where's the light for this thing?
Alex said, get up there, John. Turn the light back on, John. Yeah, just leave it on.
Hey, what's up, guys? I have the SLS camera. We're going to be using it tonight. They're setting up upstairs in one of the rooms for an experiment. I just want to show you guys how the SLS works. There's the temperature, the inches of how far it goes, and that's about it. How's it look? See if we could capture anything right now. Can you guys see that? Can you guys see this screen on here? How's it look, Dave?
Looks alright. Put it closer. You can put it a little closer.
How's that?
It's fine. Hold it up more, like, you know, like closer to their camera. That should be fine. That's the SLS cam. Yeah, that's better, John. Cool, dude. You want to go upstairs?
There's like something in the doorway, dude. Unless. Here, check it out. It just went away as you walked through there.
Can you show yourself to us again?
It was like right in here. It might have been just.
Keep up. Is
Okay, yeah, sorry, we're just setting up for the godson here.
Yeah, cool.
And,
These people are saying there's no sound count.
oh, we're gonna go up there. Yeah, we're just setting up for the experiment, you guys. We're gonna go up there with the live camera. So, yeah, we know that there's no sound. We're just setting up the wires. It's a huge.
We've just been kind of checking out the check. John put up the SLS cam to the other camera there. You just like held it up.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, no battery. No battery. That was just the battery change.
Why do people keep saying I fart? Literally, like, is that somebody's name? There's like 20 people that keep saying I fart.
Fart warrior.
Who the fuck is fart?
Is it fart warrior?
Yeah, I think so.
Is that the guy's name?
Yeah, it's a subscriber. His name's Fart Warrior.
He's just like a big fan, like
I
everybody knows
guess.
him.
Yeah.
It's the fart. There he is.
I've heard Tim give him shout outs for the website.
Fart?
Yeah. Fart
What was the one last night? The fur one? Was that Lucifer?
Yeah, Lizzie Purdy.
Lucifer, yeah.
Lucifer. There you go, it's good now. Yeah, it's just the battery. You get that error message on yours?
No. I usually replace my own assemble.
Hey, when I was on with this, future talk,
Hmm?
and, Dave said he saw something.
Yeah, it could have been me though. And not I thought about it. It's just a lag. But it might not have been me too. It looked like a person walked by when I was looking at the cam.
Walk by where?
Right here. Walked by. It could have been me, but I don't think it was because I didn't walk by here at that time, even with the lag. How long is the screen lag? Like a couple seconds?
Like maybe like
20 seconds.
45 seconds.
But yeah, I don't think.
I mean, at most.
I'm just trying to rationalize.
Use this one. Just this one.
This one.
Yeah, I can put it.
Actually, you hold that one, and then I'll do.
This one here.
Yeah, I'll do goals.
Feels pretty clear. It's all clear space.
Nice, dude. Feeling better now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, literally like just falling asleep. But terrible. I don't feel like shit for like 3 days from this house.
Yeah, right.
All the energy, paranormal hangover. I'm gonna get home like, oh my god.
So you got one slow.
Yeah. We'll start about 15 minutes.
Boom.
Cool.
It's winning. SLS is all ready to go. You guys got the gas on and stuff?
Yeah, we got the,
Should show you how this runs.
yeah, so basically when she's over Kristen's, when I'm there, Kristen's gonna be sketching.
And that's what we're doing.
No, I'm gonna be up there with the gods, and she's gonna go sketch and see like if she can pick up what I'm hearing.
So you want me to hold that SLS camera?
Yeah, someone just shoot, Dave, do you mind shooting? And do you want to put the monopod on there?
On this?
Yeah. So you
No,
actually,
it's not gonna.
it's not
Yeah,
supported,
it's-
so
yeah.
but
It was
you guys
supported like
just-
some of this, but not.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, I mean, let me try. Why not?
I mean, we could put a tripod up there, but it's gonna be, I have an anchor on it.
Where would you put it? The mod pod?
It goes right here. It's
Oh.
way too heavy.
Okay.
Oh, you guys can, you and John can probably switch, like,
Yeah.
halfway through, it might be.
Yeah, no, we'll be fine. We'll switch. It is a beast.
Beast.
Shit. It's stable though.
Yeah, right?
And, I mean, you know, it's live, dude, it's such a sick setup. Play with the flare later.
That's good. All right, so almost set up here. Okay. All right, guys, we're gonna start in about 10 minutes. We're just doing some final setup, and we are done. Get some liquids, get some water for you.
Yeah. Alright. Where's my shoes?
Yeah, because I gotta send out some social stuff to you over here. You want to for me?
Later. Definitely later. Professional when I'll retire. Yeah.
Really?
I'm sick, yeah. Later though, I'll be fine.
Can everyone go outside or we can?
Thank you.
Yeah, no. It's like preparing for a war.
Alright. About ready? Yeah. I don't know where my hoodie is.
Huh?
I don't know where my hoodie is. I think it's my bag here. Huh?
Oh, I thought I had it. I thought I saw it right here.
I got it. Putting on the hoodie. Getting ready. About to start. Last night was crazy. We had caught some stuff on the SLS cam. Caught some Class A EVPs. So we'll see what happens tonight. Get a little more aggressive. Oh yeah. How do you even the screen? Again.
So you just go here, you just go through these, you just go
Press this button.
word one, so you go to one that, then you just hit the button. And then make sure you record the video that's in this one. So that takes like a second, you can see the light on.
We definitely got a mouse last night. That was the weirdest thing. And then the words on this book were fire and red. They were super hot. Just the letters.
Yeah, and when you use the SLS, when you use it, make sure you turn off the IR.
Turn off the eye.
Like, you know what I mean, the front of the camera? Like, there's a little switch here. So if you're like showing the SLS camera.
Okay. Okay. I got you.
The,
I got you. Okay.
the monitor. And just use the auto.
So John, remember that. You also what? Show.
Yeah, there's a little button here. So you just hit this button here. This is right here. This is auto or
Okay.
and that, and you then you have to control the poster. So there's a little like display on here.
Oh.
And I don't even use this that much. Like, I mean, I do, but
Where's the Irish?
it's right here in front. This is right here, switch. This is like, this is right.
we'll come up with the SLS.
No, we'll do an EVP session, in Rachel's room, and then I'll leave, and you guys will do the SLS like right in there. Or out in the hall even if you want to. Ask the goat man to come down from that closet and down the hallway and walk. And then when I come back down, that's when all of us will go back up there.
Okay.
And we'll start recording up there and stuff. So,
Where's the conjuring hole?
it's upstairs, so I'll be doing that after I have the 4 other things. He's got 48% battery left on his phone. Okay. Okay. I'm serious. I think I'm gonna stay down the car. I'm gonna do it. I'm not even kidding. I'm not kidding. That room fucked me up last night. It
I bet.
did.
That room's no joke.
What you were seeing up there earlier, when you and I were up there, that's what I kept seeing, like, the entire time that she and I were in there.
Right.
Yeah. What is it?
Somebody said the dad bod live cam 4.
Dad bod? What?
The dad bod.
Dad bod?
He started.
I'll start.
What is dad bod?
Dad bod is like when you have a kid and then you whip the growth around and you get a dad bod. You just get a little bit extra, that's all. But the rest of you is like super fit. Just certain parts, like a little bit here, a little bit here. But the rest of you is nice and spry. Dad bod.
I'm sorry, I just turned 38, dude, so. I'm a little older. Oh, I hope you're older.
Take a guess. I always like to ask that.
I'm gonna say about like 27.
Ooh, you're good. 26.
You are probably about my age, I would say, maybe a couple years younger.
He's good. He's good.
Really?
You're good.
Okay.
78,
That's the same, actually, when's your birthday?
June 29th, 1978.
So I'm a couple months, actually, 2 months ahead of you. Damn. 78.
Uh-huh.
So old? You fit? I'm just kidding.
3 hours, just feel like you have a car. I'll sit
Yeah,
down.
I worked outside. Boston has 20 years outside, cutting down trees.
It's hard to make it up, like, do you want to spend it?
I don't know what to do, man. All I said is, I just said it once.
Can't do the things you used to.
No,
You ever do that?
So wait, it's not detecting it.
Who does? That's all right. Yeah, but you got kids and
Yeah.
you run around, they keep you all.
So you're dumping this, and a couple hours, you said,
I was watching the video and somebody in chat, after everybody had went to bed, somebody in chat had said down the hallway, Church group, they were like, do they have a cat? Like, this was hours after all 3 of us were up there and you had seen that on the SLS cam. They were like, why is there a cat inside the house? Like, multiple people kept saying that.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Remember, and I remember on SLS, and I go, what is that, a cat? I thought I saw a cat.
It looked like
A black cat walking.
cat legs walking in the
Down.
hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they said that, I was like, somebody else has seen it too. So, that's weird, dude.
right, you guys, we're gonna switch over to the other feed. So if you guys wanna join us, that would be great. Is that it's over?
You've got 46% battery on your phone.
Right, just turn it off. It'll just continue as the full data. It just doesn't need to be, it's still going.
Looks like, yeah.
So it's turn off.
You wanna leave that down there?
I'll turn it off. Alright, you guys, we're gonna switch to the next feed, episode 5.